Hey, check this out. I know you have always dreamed of performing in Carnegie Hall, so I think this 2023 to 2024 season at Sound Espressivo will be perfect for you. As a platform, we host live online auditions so you can share your music with the entire world. Then we send you to incredible in-person venues like Carnegie Hall so you can perform solo, as a duo, as an ensemble, and with orchestra. This year we have a total of 4 gala events at Carnegie Hall, as well as 4 different opportunities to perform with orchestras in the US, in the Czech Republic, and even in Egypt. We want to help you fulfill your musical dreams. Go to soundespressivocompetition.com to check out our season and to apply.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to Virtual Concert Hall's live programs. Thank you for joining us today for a very exciting session. Our channel is dedicated to bringing live performances and events from international artists delivered directly to our dear audiences around the entire globe. I'm Anna Uspinskaya, I'm a pianist, and I'm joining you from Washington, D.C., suburban Vienna, Virginia. Today's program is dedicated to the auditions. These are the finals, live finals auditions for the Carnegie Gala for the season 2024-25 and for colORCHESTRAs worldwide. Musicians are auditioning for an opportunity to perform at the Weill Recital Hall at Carnegie Hall with orchestras, with ensembles, and solo, and for an opportunity also to perform with colORCHESTRA, orchestras worldwide. So we bring musicians from this virtual stage directly to the most prestigious and the most important stages around the world to perform with orchestras of the biggest names and some of the most wonderful conductors. Auditionees from many countries are joining us and seeking also guidance and support from our judges panel. Check out the judges panel. We have artists from every part of the world, and these are experienced, wonderful musicians who are presenting music on the most prestigious stages themselves. And through those live comments, which you'll hear from the judges today after each performance, musicians seek guidance how to grow their art and their careers. So a little bit to explain who are the people organizing those auditions. So the Carnegie Gala seasons and the auditions and the colORCHESTRA worldwide auditions are organized by ArtistVenture, Sound Espressivo, Progressive Musicians, and Virtual Concert Halls. But that's not only 4 companies which are involved. Of course, we collaborate with Price Attractions, Vocal Arts Management, Cicerone Music and Arts, and on the screen you see many more supporters and helpers. These are wonderful companies all over the world which participate and add their expertise, their resources, their time and effort, but most importantly, behind every one of those logos are wonderful people. Generous, supportive, they are here to help you all grow. So just a few words about the main organizers. Virtual Concert Halls is an internet TV broadcaster providing artists with new age virtual stage and ability to reach audiences beyond the walls of conventional concert halls. ArtistVenture is a company organizing events, concert tours all over the world in physical venues, festivals, master classes, and many other events. Progressive Musicians organizes competitions and concerts at prestigious venues like Carnegie Hall. Price Attractions is the company dedicated to artist advocacy. It's a management company managing artists all over the world and from many different countries with concert series and appearances with the orchestras. Vocal Arts Management company is focused on providing vocalists with an opportunity to audition for casting. They're casting singers for opera houses around the world. Cicerone Music and Arts is a boutique publisher of classical music in Switzerland and Italy, and they are collaborating with us on publishing, producing albums for artists. And finally, Sound Espressivo Global Competition was established during the pandemic in 2020 as an online but live-streamed competition. It combines the competitive environment and an opportunity to perform live on the virtual stage. And this is how we started.
No matter where you are or who you are, music connects us all. We started with a dream, but now we are paving the future. Welcome to the Sound Espressivo Global Competition. Fully virtual, yet bringing musicians closer together than ever before, now on a global scale. True live, inclusivity, diversity, connection, community, an extraordinary array of judges. Get noticed by companies all over the world. Prizes, scholarships, performance opportunities. Apply to be a part of the most exciting congregation of artists like nothing you've ever seen before. We guarantee quality and leave no musician behind. We can't wait to hear you on the virtual stage.
All right, virtual stage. Like it or not, social media and video are here and they're here to stay. So is live streaming and internet TV broadcasting. So we are now adopting it for the classical musicians. We are reaching out to all the major platforms you can see on the screen. If you missed us on YouTube, well, go to Vimeo. If you didn't see us on Vimeo, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, anything, Alignable, and many other platforms, but not only. We are on 50 plus platforms all over the world, including specifically classical music and music performance curated platforms, which provide their own communities of music lovers and music professionals with curated and really content which they find very good, and they find our content very good. So we're on all those many platforms in many countries, in Europe, in Asia, in the US and Canada. The goal of these auditions is to encourage, to nurture, and to reward musicians who are proactive about sharing their art and developing their career in the modern and very confusing world of mixed stages and different opportunities. Sound Espressivo, Progressive Musicians, ArtistVenture, Price Attractions, Cicerone Music and Arts, together with many other companies around the world, are now working very hard on providing opportunities for musicians to discover their unique voice, to take initiative, and to present themselves on their own terms. That's the only way we believe is to progress and to carve your own career paths.
Perform on our gala at Carnegie Hall. Auditions for the 2024-2025 season will be happening soon. We have opportunities for composers to have their works premiered and professionally recorded with the Leonard String Quartet, opportunities to perform a concerto with the New York Chamber Players and Orchestra Manhattan. Composers may also submit their scores to be premiered by these two fabulous orchestras. Solo opportunities, chamber music opportunities, and opportunities for large ensembles as well. Receive evaluations from the finest musicians, have a press interview, be featured on our daily internet TV show, receive certificates, medals, and a video of your performance, and have opportunities for many other awards. Applications are currently available on our website. Don't miss out on your opportunity to present your music on this world-renowned stage. We look forward to hearing your performances.
Yes, today we are auditioning musicians for the opportunity to perform in the next 2024-25 concert season. We have a 7-season expanded at the Carnegie Hall, and we have 2 orchestras participating in that season, and many other opportunities to perform solo, ensemble, and other to present your own compositions and newly composed music. There's a lot of variety of opportunities. So if you want to participate in it, you need to take a little bit of time reading the information and going through our websites. And there are no restrictions whatsoever on how many auditions people can take. If you win one audition, you're not disqualified to audition for something else. And those opportunities are designed for people. And if someone has time and has the ability to participate in many different programs, why stop them? We welcome everyone to grow to their biggest potential. This season is coming to the end. We have these auditions and one more set of sequence of the auditions in June. So stay tuned. If you missed this audition, nothing is lost. You can audition in next month. But then we're taking a break until the next season. So let's just see a quick video summarizing what those seasons are. Next season is going to be similar, but very much bigger. And I want to give credit to our own composer in residence, Alla Laurie. That little video also displayed her beautiful music. And if you're interested in more of her music, please visit our website and click on Composers in Residence. We have a few people in there, and they're all fabulous. So if that was not enough information, if you don't feel loaded enough, we also have season awards. Everyone who participates in our auditions throughout the season is automatically eligible and entered in the pool of candidates for the awards. And we have some really fabulous awards for various levels of people, depending on where you are in your abilities and your skills and in your career. We have opportunities to go to Italy, record albums and publish them. We have opportunities for musicians to work with professional management. We have cash awards. We have awards which are dedicated to helping you bring your community together, like James Adler Audience Favorite Award. We have awards for students to access various libraries with a huge amount of really high-level professional content. We have awards, scholarship awards for college students and graduate students, and for students in grade school as well, to participate in summer festivals and various other programs. So check out that tab on our website, and you'll see a lot of other information which might help you in your own development. And we also present many concerts and many of those events, festivals, through internet TV broadcasting. So if you are selected to perform, you will be able to have that presentation as well. And I suggest share those videos, bring together your community, and don't forget, of course, to subscribe to our channels and to click that button of notification, that little bell, so that you know when we are again live. Our team, in fact, just went to Cairo, Egypt, and to Zlin in Czechia for productions of the colORCHESTRA concerts, which were presented in those two countries with fabulous orchestras, Cairo Opera House Orchestra, and the Zlin, in Zlin, there was Bohuslav Martinov Philharmonic Orchestra. These were great concerts in beautiful concert halls. People worked with wonderful conductor Gevorg Sargsyan and with those great ensembles. And then there was also sessions for the recordings, and those will be published in the albums. Well, let's see our quick Internet TV update. That's not all we do. The Internet TV is also presenting daily music and musicians from around the globe, daily show. On these shows, we invite musicians, educators, conductors, managers, publishers, music promoters, and many others who are working in this field. You would be surprised how many of various professions are involved in presenting performances, live performances in concert halls or on virtual stage, doesn't matter. It's a lot of people putting their efforts together in order for the performing arts to survive and to thrive, especially. So our music and musicians around the globe, daily programming is dedicated to get the audiences familiar with who those people are and to learn about their aspirations, about their art, and about their approach to careers. So they're sharing their insights, which are very helpful to musicians and to audiences to understand how the performing arts works. And I just want to mention quickly, again, we have the auditions finals today. You can't apply for today's auditions anymore, but don't worry if you missed the deadline, because the next deadline for the last sequence in this season of these auditions is coming up June 1st, and there's many opportunities coming up to perform on the Carnegie Hall stage and with orchestras worldwide in the next 24-25 and 25-26 seasons. Those seasons had been announced, and I want to just give you a quick brief overview of the colORCHESTRA orchestras and conductors who joined the project since the beginning of this season. And we have, and we're so proud, we have the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra joining us for the next season, and we have Lviv, Ukrainian National Philharmonic Orchestra. These are orchestras auditioning candidates for performances to be featured soloists with those orchestras. And you see on screen we have, I missed mentioning the Orchestra. Now there's Paducah Symphony Orchestra, Boulder Symphony. These are orchestras from United States. We have European orchestras, and we have Butler Philharmonic. Also, will be presenting soloists selected from these auditions. And now we have Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. That is in a completely different part of the world. Western New York Chamber Orchestra. That orchestra had been a veteran of our program for colORCHESTRA. Bohuslav Martinu Philharmonic Orchestra just presented a concert with several soloists who they selected. And then we have Clark Endowment Foundation Orchestra also with us, and of course the Cairo Opera Orchestra, which I mentioned before. They just presented a concert with the winners of the colORCHESTRA auditions. And these are the wonderful, phenomenal conductors who are supporting this initiative. Gevorg Novak, Scott Woodard, and we have also Theodore Kuchar joining us for this program as well. And check out their bios. Rafael Ponti is also joining this program with his orchestra. We have Oliver von Dochnani joining us with two of his orchestras. And we also have Gevorg Sargsyan, who was leading the concerts for this season in Cairo and in Zlin in Czech Republic. We have David Wroe, who will be judging this session. He's in the studio with us. And we have David Patrick Hughes, who will be judging later with us as well, with the Boulder Philharmonic. And we have Nader Abbasi, the music director of the Cairo Opera, also participated in this season, and they are participating in the next one. And our veteran, Glenn Cortese, the music director of the Western New York Chamber Orchestra. So these are the orchestras for colORCHESTRA project. These are not even all of them yet, so keep checking with our website as we are finalizing our relationships with more orchestras, and once those are finalized, their profiles will be up there. And now, before I run out of my voice, I'm going to introduce the judges for this session. First of all, I would like to welcome to join me in this broadcast Dickran Atamian. His career evolved from highly excitable young artist into maturity of statesman of the instrument. And in 1975, as a pianist, he won first prize at the 50th anniversary Naumburg competition at Carnegie Hall at the age 19. He was the youngest winner of that, and that launched his phenomenal career of performing with many orchestras around the world and solo recitals and everything, teaching. And then another career emerged, right? Dickran, you were you became also artist advocate and a manager. You established your own management company, the agency, to represent artists. The Price Attractions, welcome. It's a great pleasure to have you back. Thank you for taking time to join us.
Yeah, thanks. That could happen to anyone, by the way. The evolution from a concert artist to a concert manager. I'm sorry, artist manager. Yeah.
Well, that only happens to those who are open to change.
Oh, I'm very open.
Wonderful. And I would like to also invite to join us on the virtual stage conductor David Wroe. Maestro David Wroe is the music director of the Orchestra Manhattan, participating in the Carnegie season for next season, and also the music director of the New Jersey Festival Orchestra. He's a principal conductor of Phoenicia International Festival of the Voice in New York, frequent conductor of the orchestras in many different countries, and he toured the world as a guest conductor, and he's leading this two wonderful ensembles and expanding the seasons and building new audiences. David, it's a great pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Anna and Dickran, it's a delight to be with you today. And forgive me, my voice is a little lower than normal. I'm at the back end of a bout of laryngitis, but my spirit is with you, and I'm fast recovering.
Thank you so much.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah, what a great pleasure.
David's one of the world's greatest conductors. He's phenomenal. Yeah, I've played with him many times, and I'm so glad he's conducting Orchestra Manhattan and the Carnegie series. And I mean, he's just, there are no words. We'll let the music speak for itself when he conducts. There's no need to talk about him, even though I just did.
That's right. Yeah, it's
Thank you,
a great
Dickran.
honor and
Richie.
such a pleasure to have both of you. And I'm sure our candidates are eagerly awaiting to have their music presented in front of you and to be able to hear your feedback, immediate feedback. That's one of the greatest values of our auditions, so that the artists can really hear what you think immediately after their performance, and then they'll be joining our broadcast studio as well to maybe ask you questions and to have some dialogue with you. So, and without any further ado, I would like to invite our first candidate of this session. Misato Hanawa, saxophonist from Japan, will be performing the Saint-Saëns introduction in Durante Capriccioso. Misato, the stage is all yours.
never, yeah.
Bro, I never imagined the dimension can be brought in this piece. Such a difference, such a huge difference in the perception when it's played on such a different instrument. Okay, to the judge now. Whoever wants to go first.
David.
Oh.
Of course,
well,
Maestro.
Yeah, Maestro, you first.
Yes. So, Misato, firstly, thank you so much for sharing astonishingly capable rendition of what we all know was originally written for the violin. And I'm not a wind player, but I'd almost be interested to know, maybe with no more than 30 seconds, but perhaps at another conversation, what are the technical challenges of transporting that from the violin to the saxophone? I can imagine there are, I don't know whether it's idiosyncratic for the instrument, but whether it was or whether it was not, you made it look very, very easy. So congratulations on that. I mean, wow. I mean, I can easily tick all the boxes of accomplishment. Intonation, spot on, rhythmic integrity, just off the charts, good. Breath control, just phenomenal, a very, very high professional level. Quite clearly you are a master of this instrument. Heaven knows how long you've been playing it, but it was just superb. If I were to make one advisory comment, it would be only one of interpretation. And I know the score relatively well. Of course, I've never performed it with the saxophone and orchestra. I've done it a number of times with violin. If I remember correctly, the rondo theme is marked Allegro ma non troppo, correct? Mm-hmm. My impression was, or my thoughts were, that when we actually get to the theme, the rondo theme, it could move just a tad faster. Mm-hmm. I think you've yes, the ma non troppo was really there. However, it is allegro and it's not allegretto ma non troppo. Mm-hmm. And I felt it could have gone just a little quicker to give it a little more of a bounce, and for us to enjoy those syncopations. I would have enjoyed that just a little more sprightly, and perhaps, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the last time that theme comes, whilst you're playing your up and down arpeggiations, is the tempo marking the same at that point? Mm-hmm. Aha! So that betrayed, and I use that word very liberally. To my impression, by the time you played that rondo theme the last time, which felt most comfortable for you to express those wonderful virtuosic arpeggiations, it was at the right tempo.
Yeah.
So that last appearance of the rondo theme was faster than the other 2 or 3 times that you played it. So, at the risk of repeating myself, have a think on the very first time play that rondo piece, what tempo you're going to play it in the end, and match them up. Other than that, I thought it was nothing less than spectacular. Richie?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with David. Everything he said is absolutely true. I have just a little twist on... I agree, interpretively, it's the same thing, but a different way of saying it. Misato, I mean, it was a phenomenal performance, but acoustically in that space, because of certain things you did with all of the bridge material, meaning the quick passage work, all the brilliant stuff, I know you played every note. I know it. But I don't know if everyone would hear it because of the inorganic interpretation you presented. I don't like that word, by the way. My father-in-law used to use it, and organic, But I mean, it's the only way I know how to say, like Raymond Erickson used to say at the New York Times, with an artist he reviewed, they performed the bridge material and bridged moods smoothly and beautifully, and not many artists can. He would always put that at the end. There aren't very many artists in the world today or ever, in my opinion, and I agree with Erickson, that can bridge episodes together. Usually it sounds like a bad movie, like a bunch of edits and one little vignette after another. Oh, this is the next section. What you need to do in this piece is connect. You need connective tissue. You need, for example, instead of just talking about it, let's sing it, whatever. When you have the end of a melodic phrase and they go, all that stuff in the middle has to sound like it's part of the piece, not just like a flourish or somewhere to show off. As a matter of fact, some of it was so brilliantly played, I wondered if I could even hear it in a dry hall. It was so fast and so articulate, not as articulate as you could have made it because of the acoustic, but I'd like to hear it in a drier place. And by the way, your pianist was phenomenal. You guys are the
pianist, absolutely astounding.
You guys are a great team, girls, I should say. And a beautiful visual thing too. She was right with you, whoever she is. She should enter this audition playing the Liszt Sonata or something. Anyway, very effortless playing by both of you, But effortlessness has a limit, okay? Sometimes I think the very best performances come out of struggle. Serkin used to be not the greatest pianist technically, but man, if you heard him play the Hammerklavier or the Brahms Handel variations, it was very exciting musically and not always perfectly clean, but you could never say that there wasn't direction and cohesiveness, and many, many things about his playing were just so connected. And connection is everything. I mean, we connect with people or we don't connect with people. That's a connection. So your sections are like people, okay? They've got to connect, okay? So all of that very flashy stuff, I'm now losing. I'm getting old, I can't remember each section. So, but I know exactly when you did it. I said, aha, here's another one. I would say almost unilaterally, right? Like Kissinger would say, throughout the piece, you've got to connect all of the episodic material. Otherwise, it sounds like a bunch of pieces. Like Saint-Saëns wrote 20 movements in this little tiny show-off concerto, and we love this piece. Everybody knows the theme. I agree with David. It's got to move thematically. You move all the stuff that shouldn't be moved as much, and you don't move the stuff that should be moved as much. Okay? You see what I'm saying? But I mean, this is very high level. Your playing is on such a plateau. I mean, it's beyond rating you 10 points, 5 points. Who cares? It's just got to be more of a cohesive whole, Whereas other people, you're hung up in the devils in the details. Your details, no problem. You just need to basically homogenize it. You know what I mean? Like milk is all white, And other people have the other problem. It all sounds the same. You don't sound the same. You sound like worlds apart all throughout the piece. That's perfect, but you got to bring the worlds together. We can't have worlds colliding. We have to have them together. Okay? That's it. That's the only thing I would say. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yeah, I might, in another way to comprehend what Mr. Atamian is saying. My understanding is that this work was firstly conceived maybe not exactly how it's presented now, but in part, as the first movement of a concerto. So he was absolutely, as Mr. Atamian is saying, seeing it in slightly more long-term, organic journey as the first movement of a concerto. I didn't want to interrupt you, Richie.
Yeah, Richie is fine. No, that's all they know me by anyway. No, you're totally right, David. I mean, I did not know it was the beginning of a multi-movement concerto or anything. But like many other pieces, like the Brahms D minor piano concerto, you and I discussed, there are 2 piano versions of it and blah, 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 and the F minor quintet. I mean, these composers, sometimes they go, let's try this out, see if it works. Saint-Saëns might have said, wow, this instrument's... By the way, what was that instrument? Is that a saxophone?
Yeah.
Wow.
No
I've never... Is that a different kind of saxophone?
It's saxophone soprano.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, there you go. I haven't heard that instrument in probably ever. I don't know. But it's got incredible... Your control of color was phenomenal. It's almost like... Yeah, it was almost like... here's another thing. Don't do things to the music. Do things for the music. Your playing is so fabulous that it's like Horowitz, he would just do these precious color changes in an absolutely inappropriate moment, or he would rush ahead, and do this unbelievably driving thing, and you go like, where did that come from? It's out of left field, You know what left field is, like in baseball? I'm a baseball fan, so I relate everything to Mickey Mantle and Reggie Jackson and all those guys. So anyway,
I would also chirp. I'd chirp in there, Misato, that what Richie is saying is actually also by perhaps over-colouring the moment, that also works against the linear, organic nature of the piece of music. So you are almost over-blessed with the talent of being musical, and it's a wonderful curse to have, because all you need to do as you progress forward in your what is inevitably going to be a tremendous career is all you need to do is find how to control your musicality, whereas most other people on earth are struggling to look for some sign that they are musical at all.
Yeah.
So I would, on the one hand, I think we would, on the one hand, encourage you to discover the beauty in the moment, but at the same time find how to tie that into a larger whole to make it a singular product as opposed to 1,000 little stitches that don't quite stitch together. I would also...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I would just finish my comments by saying another thing I very much enjoyed about your performance, which I think you should, of course, continue to work on. I think you have a formidable stage presence. I felt the moment you started playing, you had me in your hands. Mm-hmm. It was, put the cup down. Let's listen to this. It was compelling. And this is one thing that a solo professional performer or someone who excels in the business must have. You either have it or you don't. It's like a boring person. People are just boring or they're not. Yeah, and you do, Misato, you do have this. So I think it's going forward for you. It's all about controlling the disparate and multiple elements which make you so special, homing them in to be more of a coordinated, fantastic sports machine, which sports car, which the equivalent in the music world you are.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
wonderful. I'm sorry to interrupt. I know Misato's performance deserves another masterclass of comments, but we have to move on with our audition. And
And another thing.
Well, Misato, Misato, that's a tribute to your playing. Misato, you inspire all this stuff.
you
Your playing
did,
was fabulous.
Misato.
Yeah, it's
You
fabulous playing.
inspired a lot of commenting, and that speaks to your talent and to your accomplishment. Thank you very much. Maybe we'll have a part 2 with more discussion with Misato
Yeah.
at a later
Thanks a
time.
lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
for
you,
that.
Misato. Congratulations.
Congratulations, and thank you to your fabulous pianist. I wanted to say big hands to the pianist. That was a very cohesive ensemble. Thank you very much. We'll be saying goodbye to Misato for now, and we will be inviting on the virtual stage the next candidate for the Carnegie and colORCHESTRA auditions, and this will be a composer joining us from Israel, Aviram Freiberg. We are presenting 3 short pieces for chamber orchestra in their completion. So welcome, Aviram. The stage is all yours. Fantastic. Welcome,
Beautiful.
Aviram, on stage, and thank you for bringing your great pieces. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Thoroughly.
Yeah, let's go to the judges.
David?
Oh, wait, can we have Dickran go first with your comments?
Oh, sure.
And, David, would you mind re-logging into the broadcast studio one more time? Something, maybe sometimes internet gets kind of tired. Your picture was very clear and then became a little blurry. So
Okay, so I'll log off and then log on the same
on the same link. That's right.
link. All right. If I know.
Don't forget to check your settings before you log in.
All right.
Okay? Thank you so much. Yeah, Dickran, do you mind?
No, not at all.
Going on first, and then we'll have David coming back.
It's Aviram, right? Is that how you
Aviram, we
pronounce
can't
it?
hear you. You need to turn on
Aviram.
the camera.
Yeah. It's just brilliant writing, and in every way. I have really nothing to say. I can just tell you how great it was. It was incredibly inspiring. I thought the performance was excellent, needless to say. The conductor was right on top of the material. I love your transition. We were talking about transition from one section or one feeling to another. You bridge these moods very well. And the three pieces work beautifully together. It's amazing. Like, good music is good music. It doesn't matter whether the composer is writing something now in a past idiom, or, it's like Rachmaninoff was writing stuff even after Berg and all these other people were going way to the outer limits, right? Or Stravinsky or Xenakis or any of these guys. You can write great programmatic and neo-romantic music as long as it has a fresh approach and something to say. I mean, I loved it. I had nothing to... I'm not a composer, but I've premiered a lot of pieces with my colleagues of mine like David Del Tredici and Luis Jorge Gonzalez, people like that. And I can tell you that, this is really a great composition, I think.
Thank you. We have David back. So let's see some comments from David Webb. Yeah.
Yes, hello there, Aviram. Forgive my voice. I just on the back end of a little laryngitis, so forgive me if I'm a little muffled. I too enjoyed the work. Quick question: are each of these movements based upon folk themes?
Interesting question. Only the middle section of the third piece is inspired by the Arabian debka, which is a fast binaric meter dance. But the music is original. It's based on the debka, but it's my original thing.
Understood. So the last movement, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. Yeah.
It changes. Sometimes it's
okay.
in 5, sometimes 7, sometimes different.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, right. So even though you might have been, is it fair to say, even though you're looking at some of the flavors of certain ethnic peoples, it's original compositions, with the exception of what you told me. Okay, so I firstly also really enjoyed this work. What stood out to me was the very subtle, well-managed orchestrations. How you blended the various sections of the orchestra together, I thought was phenomenal. And you weren't someone who just said, right, we're going to use orchestrals, the various families of the orchestra as choirs and have them set off against each other, but as you did once in a while, but that was just an added color. I felt that you have a mastery of orchestration, which is quite evident in this piece.
And quite
However-
important for a conductor, right?
Well, yes, and a composer.
Yeah.
However, I would say, and this is just a purely subjective personal thing, the one thing that I would need a little more explanation, just for me to comprehend and understand, was the use of certain percussion instruments in the second movement. I enjoyed those, not sure whether they were toms or whether they would be low xylophones or whatever, with these dark lower instruments of the strings. And I thought you blended the percussion very well. Except once in a while I heard something and I thought, oh, that bloody cleaner at the back of the hall has dropped his mop again. and I thought, oh no, that's part of the that's part of the orchestration. I would just, and it was once in a while it was a slap or a bright, I'm not sure what the instrument was, but I struggled for a little while to understand the context of that within the greater context of what I thought was completely natural, organic melding of the percussion instruments and the lower instruments of the orchestra in the orchestra.
Well, let's hear from Aviram. What was your purpose and the idea of bringing those the mock drops?
Well,
The Phantom.
I'm sure that it has a purpose. We
the
need to wait a little bit because Aviram is joining us all the way from Israel, and there's a little bit of latency. He hears us with a little bit of a delay, so let's give him a moment to hear our comments and respond.
Yeah, I didn't hear quite everything that you just said, but if I understood correctly, you said that there were some surprising back noises from the percussion section at times. Did you mean that?
Yes.
I believe it was in
But
purpose. Yeah, if you refer to the same things I think of, then it's purpose. It's on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah, so no, I believe it was.
question is,
Absolutely,
I guess, what is the
I was
purpose?
being, I was introducing my rather horrible British humour there. I know it was intended. I just wondered what your idea was behind, firstly, creating a very integrated percussive sound with the orchestra in the second movement, and then once in a while throwing some stark, jabbing, bright-coloured sound out of the blue. I just wondered what you thought. What was the reasoning? What was the musical message there?
Yeah, it's kind of a horrid lullaby. It's a disturbed lullaby.
Oh,
So,
interesting.
It's seemingly very calm and very plaintive, but below the surface, it's steaming and dangerous.
Understood. I see. Then I would say perhaps you can maybe explore, in other words, I don't know whether this is a complete work or whether you could explore this in other works. I would say you can explore that dichotomy, that contrast in a little more animated way, so it doesn't sound as though it's out of place or just something that comes from nowhere, but rather it has, as Richie actually is constantly talking, finding a little more of an organic and natural linking to its context. That does, and surprises can do that. what springs to mind is the great lullaby in Stravinsky's Firebird, and it lulls us into an extraordinary calm state of peace and quasi sleep, and then bang, da 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 da, and the whole the 1,000, 2,000 people in the audience suddenly all jump up, and it's fun to see that. It's fun to program that piece for us conductors, just to see the shock and the heart attacks that it creates in the audience. But I'm being facetious, but what I'm saying is, even though that's a complete surprise, Stravinsky has very well knit together in that suite extremes of contrast, which almost feel natural, even though it takes us by surprise. So, at the risk of repeating myself, Aviram, explore how you can animate. I would recommend that you explore how you animate contrast and shock to make it seem a little more, organic and in context.
Part of the story.
Part of the story. There we go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you so much, Aviram. Thank you for bringing the piece, which really inspired the judges to go in depth into the storytelling of the music. And thank you for your wonderful pieces. It was an honor to have the presentation.
Very enjoyable.
Oh, I have a question though.
Please.
Who was the conductor and what was the orchestra?
Sure. The conductor is Roit Feldenkrais, an Israeli who now resides in Spain and conducts some local orchestras in Spain.
What was her name?
And the orchestra was the late orchestra, Chamber Kibbutzim Orchestra. And I say late because this orchestra sadly ceased to exist in 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's good orchestra. Yeah.
Very good
I thought it was
orchestra.
good.
Wonderful conductor.
Yeah, very good.
And Aviram, if you
Yes.
can maybe share with us the information about the conductor in the orchestra, so we can add it to the description of the program, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Just send it to us
Sure.
by email. That would be the best.
Should I write it?
Oh,
now?
you can
Yeah.
write it in the chat. If you can access the chat, please do.
Excellent.
And we'll be
Thank
able
you.
to add it to the program. Yeah, the name of
Great
the
job.
conductor and the name
Yeah,
of
yeah.
the orchestra.
Thank you.
By the way, I thought it was the Phantom in the back of the stage tripping over the cleanup mop person. It was the Phantom of the Opera, but we weren't in an opera. It was the Phantom of the Symphony. That's who I thought it was.
Well, Aviram, I can tell you
Since
that the idea of those sounds definitely inspired a lot of imagination in both of our judges and myself. However you came up with that idea, this was great. It was a highlight for the piece.
It was
so,
great.
Yeah, it was great.
Thank
Great
you.
pieces. Thank you so much for joining the broadcast, for joining
Thanks,
the
everyone.
auditions, and for bringing your wonderful music to our program. We'll be inviting on stage
Thank you so much.
next auditionee, the candidate, and this time the stage will be passed on to Darko Karlecik, marimba player performing a concerto by Emanuel for marimba and orchestra. Darko, the stage is all yours. Looking forward to it.
Bravo.
Bravo, bravissimo.
Wow.
What a fabulous
Thank you very
performance.
much.
Yeah,
Incredible.
and before we go on with the comments, I would like to introduce one more conductor, fabulous Ruben Capriles, just joined our judging panel and will be sharing his comments as well. Capriles,
Hey, Ruben.
Yeah,
Thank you so
Ruben.
much.
Well, let me just say a few words about Ruben.
Say a few
Yeah.
words about Ruben.
Ruben
Ruben
is
is,
engaged in performing with many orchestras in different countries, and he's a music director of the Venezuela Philharmonic Orchestra, joining us all the way from Venezuela right now. And his tenure as a music director of the Falcon Symphony developed this prestigious organization on international acclaim. And he was also president and music director for the Baltimore Philharmonia Orchestra, and expanded their seasons and their reach quite a bit, and was also promoting special concerts to the vibrant community of the Ocean City and children of the Baltimore County public schools. Welcome, Ruben. It's a great honor and pleasure to have you join our panel. And without any further ado, we will go to the comments. Whoever wants to take the stage first.
Well,
Well,
I'll
David.
jump. All right. Hello, Darko.
Hello.
Wow. I can tell you, in addition to loving your playing, I love this piece of music.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This kind of combination of harmonic blues, Michel Legrand style, sensuous, cuddly, warm sounds which create a sweet melancholy to almost like dance rhythms in the second movement. What a piece of music this is. Cleverly constructed, cleverly orchestrated, and I was not familiar with the composer, and believe me, I'm going to look more into him. Very, very impressive. Secondly, Darko, you are an accomplished player on this instrument. Bravissimo.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Quite clearly a master, completely a master of your technique, and it's a challenge to find a variety of colors, isn't it, in the instrument you play? Because, and that's not a criticism of the instrument, but rather just that its nature, in that more often than not it's used as a particular spice in a larger in a larger recipe. But so this is the challenge of a composer, to take this and highlight it and keep our attention for a long period of time in the format of a concerto. And both the composer and you did this admirably.
Thank you.
It is very, 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 very impressive. That's the first comments I would say. I think your playing is exceptional. You have a wonderful sense of touch with those sticks. Your phrasing is impeccable. You know when to stand back and be a color in the orchestra, and when to come in the orchestration, and when to come forward and strut your stuff.
Thank you.
It is, for me, an A+. Those are my initial comments.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
That's quite a praise. Dickran, would you like to add something to the comments, and then
sure.
We will have Ruben add your comments. Yeah.
So, Darko, are you related to Donnie Darko?
Not that I know of.
You're not a mobster, huh? Okay. Well, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure who I'm talking to.
No, I try to be a good guy.
Yeah, you're a good guy. Well, have you seen the movie? Yeah. Anyway, so I thought it was perfect. I mean, I agree with everything David said. I hate to be brief, but the guys in the back room say there are 9 people in the queue. So all I can say is it was really phenomenal playing. The piece is phenomenal. The orchestra was great. The ensemble, it was tighter than a drum. I mean, it was. Were you conducting?
Yeah, actually, we played that concerto and we prepared it without the conductor. So when we started working on it,
just get rid of the conductor. That's
that's the one thing.
Wait, Ruben. Yeah, I said.
I want to interject.
Let's have a mutiny.
That's the one thing I would say that was an absolute catastrophe with your production, and it's going to lead to abject failure in the future, and it's going to lead you nowhere. You don't have a conductor.
It's time for a conducting joke. There are millions of them, you guys. Do you want me to tell one? No. I love conductor jokes. They're almost as good as the viola jokes.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe there's some marimba jokes. I know there's some Armenian jokes. I'm one of them. So anyway, I thought it was...
On that recording, Darko, there was no conductor. You were just doing it as an ensemble, correct?
Yes, exactly. It's written for only for a string orchestra. So it's actually... the orchestra isn't like a professional orchestra who does this for a living, or it was just like friends of mine from my studying period that I assembled, okay, let's have fun and play this concerto because I really loved it. So my professors also helped me with orchestra, and we started, it was really based on enthusiasm pretty much. So yeah, and basically we just played it, okay, let's have fun.
It was very enthusiastic for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was perfect. What do you think, Ruben?
Let's have Ruben give comments. We will need to do a little bit of a tech check of his technology.
Yeah,
Ruben is talking. We can hear you, but we also can hear ourselves, an echo. But that's fine. We'll just mute ourselves. No, don't do it yourself. Our tech team on the back will take care of it. Don't touch any controls for now. And we'll have Ruben give your comments, please.
Okay, do you hear me well now? Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm very happy to join this wonderful panel and really have the opportunity to see this huge connectivity of performing and of soloists and accompaniment. So they will all surrounding your own interpretation as a whole, as a group. And I believe that was the result of even they were your friends, thoughtful process of rehearsal and preparation of the piece. and it's very obvious. Everyone was connected and engaged with the same phrasing and structure thinking of the interpretation of the piece. And even though that the piece has all those rhapsodic elements that you jump from an idea to the next one, but everything went in a very smooth way and wonderfully connected. So I enjoyed it. That very rarely I experience a piece of music where I can just lose my mind and enter into the atmosphere of what's going on and give me more and more and more and more hope. So it's unfortunate this ends. So everything was somehow with a lot of coherence and somehow also predictable, because there was like some stuff behind, literally in the good way, that something is coming, and this will give me even more and more and more. So I really congratulate that idea. I believe that's the very most important thing of a performer, is to give that coherence, to give that unity, that experience to the audience, whichever the piece. Some pieces give you more elements, and so other pieces give you a more difficult task on that, and you really achieve that. And I enjoy that very, very. I really congratulate the thoughtful process of rehearsal and preparation that you make with this performance, and that gives wonderful credentials to the piece, because it's not only you, maybe other marimba players who like to perform this wonderful work. And basically, that's what I will say. I really enjoy the music and the proposal you make of the ideas that were contained of it. I love the style. I love postmodernism. I love fresh ideas that are recontextualized in over and over, and with wonderful rhythms, and you perceive the marimba basically as a lyric instrument all the time, and the elements of percussiveness that you may have in the instrument are always connected with the orchestra, and that was very, very impressive also. So everything sounded as a single instrument with a very coherent idea and compelling performance of the whole. So I really enjoyed it very, very much, and I joined my panel to congratulate you for your wonderful work.
Thank you.
Darko,
Thank you very much.
I don't know what your expectation was to come to this audition and hear the live immediate feedback from the conductors and judges on the panel. If you expected any criticism, it failed. See what happened? You just get praises and nothing else.
But such failures in that area.
But I must admit, I'm not that disappointed.
That's what I thought.
Darko, I have a quick question for you. Are you also a jazz player?
Well, unfortunately not. Actually, there was a period when I was a teenager in my, I went to the music high school. I was thinking, should I go to classical music direction or to jazz playing, more drumming or vibes. So at one point it just went on, okay, I will play classical percussion, and I was so focused on that, and I just stayed immediately when I started studying it. I started playing in also professional orchestras, so the time I had for something to experiment, to play something on the side, it just went smaller and smaller, because I had thank God I had many engagements, so I was pulled into this classical music more and more, and so I went on to play a lot with orchestras, a lot with ensembles, and of course solo marimba. And this is at some point it became one of my goals to promote this instrument, because not a lot of people know about it actually. And I mean, of course it's young in this classical musical world. I mean, it was only 40 years ago that 5-octave marimba was presented, so it's pretty new and pretty fresh. But as you said yourself, and you heard, the pieces are really interesting, and something fresh, and still something in between like strictly classical music and strictly, let's call it commercial or pop music. So it's like the world in between that can connect the two of them.
That's
Yeah.
a very
At
interesting
least
way
that's
to
my
look at it,
idea.
yeah. Well,
He
thank
should
you
play.
s-
He should
yeah.
play that Putz or Putz concerto that Asian girl played. She was fabulous. I don't know, from Japan or something, on the last set of competitions. He should play that piece too, so that the piece gets heard.
Yeah, take a look at that.
You should let him know. Let him know about that piece.
Oh, we absolutely will.
P-U-T-Z. P-U-T-Z.
Concerto,
Putz or
yeah.
Putz or something
Yeah,
like this.
yeah, it's a living composer and a wonderful composer from Marimba. He wrote a number of pieces. Let's get you connected with the composer.
Yeah.
Kevin
You're
Putz.
is that
The author is Kevin Putz. I know.
Yeah,
this
you,
concerto.
Putz,
I thought.
yeah.
It's P-U-T-S.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Is his last name?
That's
yeah.
worse. That's worse than I thought. What an incredibly unfortunate name.
And a fantastic
Sorry, Mr.
composer.
Poots. Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not going to tell that to him.
it could be even worse. It could be Kaputs.
But the music which he's writing from Marimba is fantastic. We had a couple of his pieces actually introduced during those auditions in the previous sessions.
Yeah.
And his music is astounding. So, well,
is.
thank you very much. Thank you, Darko, and thank you, the judges, for this very exciting festive presentation. This was wonderful to meet you, and I hope to hear a lot more of your playing in the nearest future. We'll be moving on to
Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. We'll be moving on to inviting the next candidate for the Carnegie and colORCHESTRA seasons. Reminding everyone, please follow us. Send us a message if you put your comments on the one of the YouTube channels. We're on many YouTube channels, but if you're watching it somewhere there and you put a comment and you would like to ask a question, then we'll bring it on screen and we'll ask members of the judges panel to respond. And we are on so many platforms. You can find us just about anywhere. But please make friends with us because we are always looking for more and more people to join this movement. Our next performer, Felicia Carpenter, soprano, will be performing 4 songs. They are marked in my program as gospel. I'm so looking forward to hearing that. Felicia, stage is yours.
Hi. Hello. My name is Felicia Carpenter. I'm from Long Island, New York. And I'll be singing just little snippets of songs. The first one is Joyful, Joyful. I did a tour in Europe in 2018, and I learned a little of this song that I had to lead in Dutch. So I'm going to sing a little of it in English and then a little in Dutch. So the English part of it is, Joyful, joyful Lord, we adore thee, God of glory, Lord of love. Hearts unfold like flowers before thee, healthy as the sun above. Melt the clouds of sin and sadness, drive the dawn of doubt away. Giver of immortal gladness, fill us with the light, Lord. Fill us with the light, oh Lord. Fill us with the light of day. Now I'm going to sing that same part in Dutch. Joyous Shannon Goethe Funket, Tactile Elysium, Verben treten Feuer, Trunken himmlische Dialektum, Dein Zauber, bin wieder, was die Mothers drinket out. Alle Menschen würden Büder, wo dann Safte Flü gewählt. That's joyful, joyful. Now I'll be singing a little of some. Where over the rainbow way up high, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? Someday I wish upon a star to wake up where the clouds unfold behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney top. That's where you find me. Somewhere, somewhere over the rainbow blue, birds fly. They fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? Now my gospel song. How can I say thanks, Lord, for all the things you have done for me? Things so undeserved, but yet you gave to prove your love for me. The voices of a million angels cannot express my gratitude. Lord, all that I am or ever wanted to be, I owe it all to thee. To God be the glory, to God be the glory, to God be glory for the things he has done. And my last song is Great is Thy Faithfulness. Great is Thy faithfulness, O God, my Father, for there is no shadow of turning with Thee. For all I have needed, God's hand has provided. And great is Thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. And great is Thy faithfulness. Great is Thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. And all I have needed, God's hands has provided. And great is Thy faithfulness. Great is Thy faithfulness. Great is Thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Thank you.
And I want to underscore and thank our great team on the back end for doing fantastic tech check for this performance. And Felicia was here performing with us live on the virtual stage, not a recording. This is all happening in absolutely real time. And I would like to also introduce one more member of our distinguished panel of judges, Navart Andresyan, joining us all the way from Armenia. And after studying conducting in Yerevan, Armenia, with many really wonderful conductors, and also at the Conservatory of Paris, she joined many different orchestras as a music director and as a conductor. She's been an assistant conductor in Paris Grand Opera, and she worked with Daniel Barenboim, Herbert Fukarian, and she was a prize winner of many competitions, conducting competitions, and leading wonderful ensembles in different parts of the world. Nvort, it's a great honor to have you join our panel today. Thank you very much. Joining us all the way from Yerevan, Armenia.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Hello, Nvort.
Thank you.
Hey, Nvort.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Nice to
And
meet
one
you.
more thing I want to ask, Ruben, if you can please open the chat, because my team posted there a link for you to join our green room on the back end so that they can work with improving the sound of your connection. And I want to tell everyone these are technical things we work with because everyone is joining from different country. We have judges today from Armenia, from Venezuela, from the United States, from all over the world, and of course the internet everywhere works a little bit differently. So, and now I would like to ask our judges to please start commenting. Whoever wants to go first.
I'll go first.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, David gets a reprieve, right? This
For
is a
his
musical
profound
term,
voice.
right? Hey, so that was phenomenal. Do you happen to know Joy Simpson, the gospel singer? Have you ever heard of her?
No, not by name. If I see her, I probably know her.
Well, unfortunately, she passed, but yeah, in '87, it was really tragic on a tour. Anyway, she just she won the Naumburg in 1975. She won the vocal competition at the 50th anniversary Naumburg at Carnegie Center Stage. She was absolutely phenomenal, and you remind me of her. Your the voice itself, the presentation, and actually the quality of the sound, and you have a variety. She sang opera too, but I mean, her thing was doing a kind of a classical program, and the whole second half was spirituals. And she did it with orchestra too, and it was really, it was stupendous. Your quality. I enjoyed your Beethoven, by the way. Your your Ode to Joy. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's pretty seamless, interesting singing, and you have the guts to do it without any accompaniment. That's pretty gutsy.
And live on the virtual stage.
And live, and then you just go, okay, my next song is, that's pretty, as what was his name? Larry David would go, that's pretty good, you know. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's really impressive. And you're there in your living room, right? Nice living room, by the way. I like the piano.
Thank you.
I think I had a house like that.
At one point or another.
Yeah, at one point or another. Yeah, on this show, actually.
Yeah, we just distribute all these houses.
Yeah, I have all these houses, you know, and so does Anna. You know, we just, hand them out like lollipops. No, that was really, really nice. And
thank you.
I think you're quite marketable. It's an interesting, you should, do you have any charts, for pops orchestras?
No. No,
Well,
I don't
that
have any.
means it's gonna
I
come.
mean, I've done a lot of gospel and traveling. I've actually been on a few TV shows. I don't know if you ever heard of the Bobby Jones Gospel Show. And
Yeah, I've heard of that. But I'm talking about specific stuff, like David can chime in. If you play or sing with the Pops Orchestra and you have charts, that could work.
Well,
I'm just telling you. Yeah, very. No, I mean, you could sing anything. I believe you have a very fine voice. Very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a vocalist, but there's something there.
You're quite vocal, though.
Yes, I'm I'm extremely vocal with no talent whatsoever.
All right. Well,
This is
David,
the age of the non-talent. Yeah.
the reference was to you about the charts. Would you like to take the lead on the next comment, please, David?
Yeah, certainly. So, Felicia, thank you so much. The first thing that springs to mind with you, is just the love of music is dripping from you. It's innate. It runs through your veins. You feel it. It's a physical sensation for you. And wow, that is the best way to experience music. I would argue, and it bursts forth from you, intensely expressive. And the great news is, to second Rich's comments, you've got the voice to, as a vehicle to be able to express that quite clearly. And you did a variety of more light commercial styles. It wasn't just, pure gospel. There was some variety within the songs that you sung. Yes, you did interpret them in your own unique way, which is leaning towards gospel. But congratulations for picking some different genres, if you like. But indeed, your voice is rich. It is very natural.
And very memorable color. If
yeah,
I hear
so the color.
Your voice again, I'll definitely will recognize. Oh, that's Felicia's voice. You have a unique color in there.
Indeed, and of course, that is so important for vocalists. Probably even more so than instrumentalists. There's a certain homogeny that comes with playing a piano or a violin or a wind instrument. To a general extent, of course, everyone has their individual sound, but with singers, because your instrument is your voice, it's absolutely more so unique, the potential color of that sound, and yours is unique, which is very sellable. I will just say 2 comments, though, for your consideration. Mm-hmm. Again, to follow on with what Richie was saying, but in a slightly more serious way. Well, no, I don't mean that in a pejorative sense with you, but perhaps slightly more in a critical way. Richie talked to you, but his I know his intent was very serious. He talked to you about how brave you were to sing unaccompanied. But be careful that with every compliment, there might be some question in everyone's mind when they say that. And I'm going to be the one who is going to express what I'm sure is in all our minds of the slight question mark. So I want you to pay attention to intonation. Of course, when we are performing with an accompanist, that is like a kind of a bath to help us keep on track with intonation. To my ear, when you sang Over the Rainbow, I believe that by the time you ended, you were somewhere between a quarter of a tone to a half tone lower than when you started. And that's okay. That's not the end of the world. But strangely enough, sometimes intonation is not just, and consistency of intonation is not just a matter of listening and the like, but it can be something to do with some technical issues going on that are not quite exactly lined up. And as you reach for those upper notes, maybe you can look for a little more support down below, relaxed, finding that sound coming right through to the head. And these purely technical elements of singing will help intonation. It's not intuitive that we think, I didn't sing that moment in tune, that's because I wasn't listening hard enough. More often than not, it's you've in the moment you forgot some technical issue. So that's one thing I would just keep in mind, to keep focused on a perfect technique throughout the song, and then all these different elements will line up in addition to your wonderful musicality. The only other thing I will want to talk to you about is, and what I'm about to say in one sense is absolutely obvious to you. Of course, with vocal music, arguably the source of expression is in the words. Now, when you sang the Ode to Joy hymn, and you sang it in English, I felt you meant it. And I felt a connection. And you delivered it completely convincingly. When you sung it in Dutch, I don't speak Dutch, I speak German, but it sounded pretty clear and pretty darn good technically. However, it lost the expression. I'm guessing that you sung it in Dutch, which was a translation of the English. If I'm wrong and the meaning in Dutch was something completely different, then my comments I'm about to make are a load of rubbish. But if it was indeed the Dutch was a translation of the English that you sung earlier on, then I lacked the expression and the love and the meaning in the Dutch version that you gave in the English version. So just because you switch language, don't turn off the natural expression that you have in your heart.
Okay.
And I'll just end by making everyone laugh. That there's the great story about making sure that you interpret the words well. You know, the old joke about how one uses says the word butterfly. In English, it's butterfly. It's a pleasure to say. It's buttery. It tingles the tongue, and it flows, and it's a lovely, lovely word. In French, it's I think something like petit pas, something like that. Again, bouncing softly and sensuously off the lips. In Italian, it's farfalla. Ooh, warm, cuddly, butterfly. I think butterfly. In German, it's Schmetterling.
That's a good joke.
That's an excellent joke.
So, please, when you're in Germany, say don't say it like a German says it. I mean, I'm being silly, but you understand my point.
Yes.
We're still talking about a butterfly.
Yes.
Thank you. Even
That's
when
all I
you
have
say
to
Schmetterling, that's right. It's still the same animal.
Schmetterling.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Nwart, would
Yeah.
you like to add some comments?
What David and Jack said, that's very, very right. I want only add ask a question to Felice. Do you study singing?
Do I study singing?
Yeah.
I've done concert choirs and different things in school where I did study, but this is a gift God has given me.
Because you, I want to speak frankly, yeah? You have a problem with breath. And mostly not here, but in the muscles. Which will keep the breath, and physically you can have a power to keep it. And this is very important. The problem with wrong notes, if I may say like that, it's because of the muscle is not enough strong. So you cannot keep here, huh? Because
And see, I can do that.
Yeah, just a minute. The breath is coming out and close here, yeah.
The vocal cords.
Vocal cords, closed vocal cords, yeah. And yours are a little bit open. It's because of the breath, because of the muscle, yeah. Okay.
And
so,
I can do.
Yeah, you can do that. There is some exercise to do at home. You can sleep on the ground, and you do this 100 times, 500 times, and you will have a muscle, very, very strong muscle. So you can keep your breath with this muscle and then sing and shut the vocal cords, and you can sing, yeah?
Yeah, and see, I can do that. I actually held back. David was talking about the end of Somewhere Over the Rainbow. I actually held back. I can hold a note and go high with the voice. I held back for whatever reason. I held that back, but
don't hold back.
I do things to my diaphragm where I can bring a note up and out and hold it for almost a minute.
Wow.
That's a new virtual stage, and singing on the microphone and the camera, of course, makes it's a new thing. Every artist needs to get used to this medium. When you're on the stage in the physical hall, of course, you already have the relationship with acoustics, and you understand where to hold back and where not to. With the virtual stage, that's a new stage to acquire the skills for. Yeah. All right.
All right. Good. Thanks, Navart.
Navart, thank you very much. And thank you, David.
Felicia, thank you very, very much.
Great, Felicia. Great job, Felicia.
Thank you for your wonderful, wonderful singing. It was a great joy and a pleasure to have you on this program. Thank you very much.
Thanks for singing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and we will be moving on to the next candidate. And next we have a pianist, Yulia Lipmanovich, performing a Liszt sonata in B minor. And after her performance, we will have back Maestro Ruben Capriles also joining the full panel and giving comments. So just reminding everyone, these are live finals of the auditions for Carnegie Gala seasons in 24-25. We have a 7-concert season, and we are auditioning soloists to perform with orchestras, solo ensembles. Also, composers are submitting their scores for consideration by the orchestras and ensembles. And these auditions are also for the colORCHESTRA, for soloists, and also the new music to be selected to be performed with Orchestras Worldwide. And today on the panel, we have wonderful judges. We have Dickran Atamian, a pianist and artist advocate and a music artist manager. We have Maestro David Wroe, music director of Orchestra Manhattan, which is participating in the Carnegie season, and the music director of New Jersey Festival Orchestra. We have Navart Andrusyan, a wonderful conductor from Armenia, who performed with many, many orchestras as a guest conductor in appearances all over the world, joining us straight from Armenia today. And we have Maestro Ruben Capriles, music director of the Venezuela National Philharmonic Orchestra, also joining us directly from Venezuela today. This is very exciting. We are in the finals, looking at the performances of those wonderful musicians who came to participate in our program. So our next performer is a pianist, Yulia Lipmanovich, joining us to present a Liszt sonata in B minor. Stage is all yours, Yulia. Enjoy.
My name is Yulia Lipmanovich, and I'll play a Liszt B minor sonata.
Okay.
May I begin?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Anna's job. I shouldn't say that.
Okay, but where's Anna?
I don't know.
See her.
Anna.
Anna, where are you?
I like the way you say her name, though. Anna. That's very good.
Anna.
Anna. Where is she?
Anna.
Anyway, go ahead. Well, I'll take over.
Well, she did.
Navarre.
No, she doesn't know the piece, so she left.
Oh, that's funny.
It's really not possible, yeah? She is pianist. So,
no, it's not possible.
Yeah, of course not possible. Well...
I love your accent, Navarre. It's really... I like it a lot.
Which accent?
Your accent.
English?
Yeah,
Thank
I mean,
you.
whatever it is, yeah.
Thank you. I don't see the name of the pianist. Yulia Lipmanovich. Okay. Yulia, I want to say something, maybe many things about your interpretation. Something, I will not speak about pianistic things, because there is Anna and Dickran. They are pianists. I am a conductor and very good musician. Yeah.
No. Comment pianistically by all means.
Yeah, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
So I have questions to Julia. Did you analyze the piece, which is a wonder, in this way? Dynamics, colors, intensity, the text, the tempo, technique, musicality, gesture, musical gesture. Did you analyze all these elements?
Of course, in every piece when I...
Hello.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Can you tell us about the difference of dynamics in Liszt music?
What did she say?
Different dynamics.
Because dynamics.
It's very hard to do it. I cannot hear.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try it. Talk about the dynamics in Liszt's music. That's what they want you to say.
Maybe we can bring the microphone and...
yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah.
Okay, we'll give you a moment to adjust your text so that Yulia can interact.
And
by the way, I heard you all joking on my expense about the sonata. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and how many times have you played it, Anna?
Enough times to bore everyone around. But
hey guys, I can't wait to hear the second movement.
Yeah.
Right. What is the second movement?
Yeah, that's a one movement sonata, right? I forgot about that.
Yeah, the truth of the matter, I was up since 5 a.m. and I just now had breakfast. I had to finish my sandwich, so I don't chew on screen.
Okay,
but anyway,
no problem.
yeah, that's right. So if Yulia can hear us now, Yulia, can you hear us?
Okay, let's get down to business now. No, it's enough joking.
Okay, I think we're all set. Let's have Navarre continue.
It also makes part of the So I asked Yulia about the analyze of the piece, because I heard many things that has no relation with
Go ahead, Navarre.
Let's just decide, okay?
Yeah, I think she can hear us. Go ahead, Navarre.
Can you hear? Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to ask you, Yulia, what is the less dynamic and upper dynamic in this music?
I don't. Can you mute me?
Whoops, something happened. Okay,
Yeah,
well, let's continue with the comments. It's not a problem. Once Yulia's tech is suitable for her to answer. Let's just continue with the comments, and then we'll give her a chance to respond.
Well, my questions has relation with the comments, because I want to understand what we heard exactly.
Okay,
because
then maybe we move on to someone else for now while Yulia gets her camera and microphone, and then we'll do more interactive commenting. Who would like to step in?
Yeah,
next?
that's very interactive, Navart, because it requires Yulia to respond.
And she had her tech prepared for performance, and she has an assistant there with her who will help her be able to communicate. Okay, so who wants to take the stage next and give a few comments?
Go on, Richie, hit us with it.
You're too much, you know that?
Come on, go, Dickran.
Okay,
Dickran.
Yulia.
Okay.
Yulia, are you listening?
They're getting back on.
Okay, so listen. First of all, you've got, I think, something very basic. I understand her old world approach to the Liszt B minor. It's like something out of Paderewski book, or, well, maybe not. Ignaz Friedman, maybe? I don't know. No, actually, he was great piano. It's very difficult to comment, but basically we were talking about cohesiveness. Yulia, you have to unify your thoughts in this work. It cannot be just a lot of things, a smattering of ideas on a canvas. It has to be unified. One unifying characteristic could be the space between the notes. Okay? I mean, I get the feeling sometimes that, you're a talented musician, but you just do whatever you feel like doing. Like this impulse comes over you, oh, let's do that. And then another impulse, oh, I need to do that. You have to, kind of figure out, it's like the mind of God. Nobody knows it, right? He's all too powerful and you can't understand. Liszt is the same way. Liszt, especially late Liszt, he's in another world altogether. It's almost like Edgar Allan Poe. He must have taken 50 or 60 drugs before he wrote this piece, But nevertheless, it's genius at a very high level, and you have to make the piece sound like a whole. Like David's comment was, I can't wait till the second movement. His concerti are similar. They're 4 parts to the A major and maybe 6 parts to the E flat. I don't know. But you've got to bridge these moods very convincingly and smoothly. And technically, you've got to get to the bottom of the key, and we're not hearing a lot of what's going on in the piece. So I would say you've got to examine it pianistically a little bit more and offer up more notes. It's that simple. Musically, there were some beautiful moments in these dolcissimo passages, these softer than rain diminuendos and, kind of things. When you're in the upper range of the piano, it had that nice quality to it. But again, there were spurts of rushing, there were spurts of slowing down that didn't make a whole lot of sense. You have a general affinity for the keyboard, but then in the octave sections, you really need to, you need this sort of thick quality in these passages, and it's a little on the light side, in terms of tone quality, in terms of depth, in terms of even interpretation. It has to have much more thrust and much more evenness of tone, much more depth of tone, much more. Another thing is, there's so many ideas floating around. You need to know when to leave a harmony. You need to know when to stay in the harmony. For example, in that big section that everybody talks about. Ba-dum, da-dee-da-dum. You know, he only states it about 50 different times in 50 different ways. And you have to get into his mindset. Okay, you know, this is, you know, a sonorous version of it. This is a diabolical version of it. This is an octave version of it. You know, there are just so many moods and so many channels. Liszt is like it's like the road not taken. He takes about 1 million roads that are not taken. You know, you have to go down those roads intelligently. You can't just, you know, shoot in the dark. Okay, I would say specifically in the opening, it's too staccato. Staccato, you know, is totally overrated. You know, the Brahms dot, the Liszt dot, the Mozart dot. These guys didn't know what they were doing. I mean, to be perfectly honest, the tempo and the texture in the beginning of the piece does not warrant a burp. Bump, bump. You can't play it like that. It has to be, you know, it has to be pregnant. It has to have substance. That opening G. All it means is to release your hands from the keyboard. It doesn't mean to play it like Woody the Woodpecker. Okay? You know, we can't. Woody the Woodpecker, it's like, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck, you know. Anyway, the point is, it's got to make sense. So I would say that David, correct, and all of you conductors can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say the term would be portamento at most, or even portato, you know.
Absolutely agreed.
But this ridiculous, it's not just Yulia's problem. I mean, look, I heard Brendel give the most ridiculous performance of this piece with his crazy intellectualism and all that crap going on. He can play beautifully, but I mean, you know, he was salivating at the piano, the drool was coming down. And then he made the comment after the performance, his lifelong ambition is to play, a monster in a Godzilla movie or something, you know. And I said, yeah, it sounded like that. That's exactly what it sounded like, you know. I mean, okay.
Well, Brendel deserves a little bit of space to experiment, okay? And
no, I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve. Yeah, I'm not saying Brendel doesn't deserve something or he deserves something. Look, everybody's human. I don't give a hoot who you are if it's not the right sound. You know, this is an interesting thing. People say, "Oh, music is so subjective." No, it is not. It is not subjective. There are many rules in music, and they're almost always violated every day. Okay? I mean, take staccato. It is in relationship to many things. The texture, the tempo, the conception of even the performer. I mean, you just, how come staccato's always boop, boop. What is this? You know, I mean, come on. We're talking about music here. It's not like, these directives that composers give us, like allegro non troppo. First of all, you can just use the note values. Bach didn't do that. He didn't write anything. He just wrote notes. You can tell whether it's a slow movement or not. Are you going to play the slow movement of the pathétique? Da da dee da 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 da. I mean, you can tell you're not going to play it that way, just by the note values, much less the texture. So, give me a break with all this. What's the Brahms dot and the what's the Mozart dot? I don't think Mozart had a clue as to directives. He should just leave it alone.
Well, especially on the modern piano, it just.
But if you say these things, well, yeah, but that piano he played on was garbage. I mean, come on, I tried playing that forte piano once, Mozart 23 in New Jersey with some crazy original instrument orchestra, and I mean, it just sounded like two cats fornicating on a tin roof. let's just be honest. It's just rubbish. This purist approach. That's why I love this show, and I'm going to make a point of it, and I don't care how long it takes. We'll just all chime in. Is this show is real, and so the purists can just stick their tail between their legs and go off into Boonie Land. I don't care. That's all I have to say.
All right. David, are you next?
Well, you obviously, Richie, you obviously stole my notes because you repeated everything I was about to say.
Yeah, or it's more like, what do you really think, Richie? That's more of what... That's a show, by the way. In development.
That's right.
Yeah, I really appreciate what Rich is saying, and I wholeheartedly agree with what he's saying. In that the clues often to articulation are much more in the music itself, and you have to do the hard work to figure that out, as opposed to we've got an instruction here, let's look it up in the encyclopedia and then I have the answer. Julia, I very much enjoyed your performance. I'm not a pianist. I'm a cellist, and this piece sounds very different when played on the cello. Suffice to say,
this is really great.
You are a woman who clearly carries a sensitivity and a love of music, and it did come out. The question is, was it enough? And to Rich's point about knitting all these sections together and finding meaning both in the moment and in the whole, I think one of the essences of a top flight performer is from the first moment to the last moment, you have them, you have us as an audience in the palm of your hand. And the moment, and we're looking at your hand or we're listening to what you're doing, and the moment, I look out the window and start thinking about something else, that's not my problem, it's your problem. And I don't want to be too brutal. I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but that means that somehow the connection has been lost between what you're doing and what people are hearing. And so in just the few moments I have, we can talk about why that sometimes happens. And I can tell you the moments when that happened to me in particular. It was right before the fugue started. The 3 or 4 minutes where after one surge has happened, it's all calming down, and I'm thinking you really now need to put extra energy in, not only physical energy that you've put in prior to that moment and what you will put in afterwards, but extra intellectual, emotional, cerebral activity to bring that section alive so it doesn't sound a little meandering. And it doesn't just mean, just get through it quicker. It could mean playing certain parts slower, or it could mean animating the dynamic a little more, or it could mean moving certain passages on, but not letting it settle into emotional mediocrity, but keeping the intensity in quietness. That's one thing I would just think about in the places where you might need to work a little harder than the passages where you're going to have Liszt on your side already making it exciting through pure drama. I would also second Rich's point that technically I would have liked it to be it's a mammoth piece, and quite clearly you are a very accomplished pianist. So what I'm about to say is at a very, very high level. But I would have liked a little more precision in your octaves. I would have liked a little more confidence and evenness in those right-hand little delicate runs. I actually don't know whether it was because you were struggling a little technically or you lacked confidence. I don't know. I'm not qualified enough as a pianist to instinctively be able to recognize that, but I did feel a little nervous. I wasn't in the music in some of those passages where I was thinking, uh-oh, what's going on there? So I would just keep focusing more on accuracy and technical proficiency, and then I think that will serve better the formidable musical ideas that you bring to the table. I did enjoy, again, as Richie stated, there were moments of just exquisite beauty, and I thought, oh, she made that turn very nice, and yes, she's feeling something there. And so intermittently, I think you demonstrated that you love this piece and you have something to say for it. It's now just taking it to the next level.
Thank you, David, very much. Ruben, would you like to add something?
Yes,
Please.
I was very moved by the performance of Ms. Lipmanovich, and I felt like a progression in sense of how the thing started and how ended. I believe somehow the piece has a life of its own, and she allowed herself to be taken by the piece and put the audience into the same process. So, I felt a full sense of unity from the beginning to the end, and it's a very, very long piece, and I was trapped all the time by her performance. I believe she's very much connected emotionally with it, and her interpretation has to do with how she perceives that emotionally beyond all the technical aspects and analysis that is, I'm sure, are completely there, as she already answered to our first panelist. And I'm at some points I'm sure I was in the time of the music history that we were listening, but I'm not sure it was Actor Liszt or maybe Chopin, the music I was listening. It was just unity, it was just emotion, and I was very much involved with that, and I believe this is one of the most important things. And as an interpreter, we as an audience, we are also looking for. And she gave it to us, and I enjoyed very, very, very much the performance. I enjoyed very much her take of the piece, and how the piece took her and took everyone through the entirety of the performance. So I really, really enjoyed it very much, and I congratulate the artist very much.
Oh, thank you, Ruben, very much. Nvort,
I will not complete what I begin to say.
Yes, please. We're not going to be able to hear answers from Yulia because
no
her
problem.
did not
I will do it differently. What was disturbing me, that the musical gesture does not end, goes not until the end. Yeah, the section must be finished, but we don't hear the finish, and the other section is beginning. That's why I asked the question, did you analyze the piece? She said yes, of course. The second thing, which was very made me uncomfortable, is the difference between dynamics. I didn't hear craziness of Liszt, craziness of Liszt, and passion of Liszt. His prayer of Liszt, because everything is mixed in Liszt music, is the difference between dynamics. What I hear, dynamics were less dynamic here, forte here, but it must be much
wider range. You mean, right?
Watch distant, yeah, and this will make colors, because there is a lot of colors in this piece. Even if it's piano, it's like an orchestra. It sounds like an orchestra. So, and the last thing what disturbed me is the intensity. There was this, the melody, for example, and the melody part is coming. It's passionate. It's not how say Dickran. It's not rubato, but it says like this, and it's working like this. Yeah,
with a lot of
it's
tension.
It's tension. It's passion. So I didn't hear that. And that's why I asked the question, did you analyze the piece? I hope I was not very rude with her.
No, absolutely. That's what we are here for, to hear the constructive criticism and where the artists can take their current level to the next level. We get, performers on these auditions are of the highest level in all over the world. And when you reach a certain level, where do you go from there? And where do you gather direction? You need to hear from artists of that scope, like our members of the judges panel. So any criticism is very welcome, and I'm actually taking notes from your critiques, guys, because it's really, I'm going to take it to my own homework. It's really helpful way to focus on.
Come on.
Come on.
And then she's a master pianist. Has anybody heard this woman play the piano? She's unbelievable. I mean, come on.
I don't care about that.
I'm going to take some notes from you.
I appreciate your compliment, but I don't want to just be incredible. I want to stay incredible.
Oh, here we go.
And that's where I need to hear what you focus on when you listen to the performance. No, seriously, the criticism and constructive criticism you're giving to people is extremely important, because we all want to grow. I always tell my students, and I tell myself, I try to practice what I preach, right? In a music performance, as a performer, we're perpetually on a very slippery slope. We either climbing up, but the moment we stop, we just sliding down.
Of course.
So, and I don't want to be the one sliding down. So thank you very much for wonderful critiques.
You want to stay always up, yeah?
Well, at least to stay on the same level, you got to keep climbing.
Of course.
Just to not lose you on level. So thank you very much for all the criticism, and your praises are just as constructive and as helpful, because when you praise an aspect of a performer in the moment, for me it's an instruction. It's an instruction from my colleagues who I really, really respect every word you say, because if I did something well, I want to retain it. I want to repeat it. I want to do it again. Just as well. And if there is a strength which you point out, those are golden nuggets which our contestants are going to take home, of course. And the criticism too. We'll be moving on to the next candidate in the colORCHESTRA and Carnegie Auditions. I'm reminding everyone we are live right now, and these are the finals of the auditions for Carnegie Gala seasons at the Carnegie Hall for next season, 24-25. We have 7 concerts, Carnegie Gala concerts, which we're presenting at that wonderful venue, one of the best halls to perform in. Great acoustics, a wonderful piano for pianists. And we are also auditioning artists who are applying to be considered and hopefully invited by wonderful conductors as featured soloists with orchestras all over the world. That's the Orchestra Worldwide. Both those auditions are happening at the same time, and we're presenting people who are applying for one or another or both. And our next candidate is Calvin Allen. He will be presented with the 2 songs. It's All Right. It's from one of his albums, and I Give My Life to You. That's from another of his albums. Calvin, it's a great pleasure to present you. The virtual stage is all yours.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Brother Calvin Allen. For all who don't know me, I have been asked to pre-record a recording of some of the songs from my latest revived album titled It's All Right. So welcome everybody who's here to watch this evening and listen. I hope you enjoy some of what you hear this evening. that endure temptation. For when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord has promised to them that love him. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one. Yeah. We're the chosen one. We're the chosen one. Yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one. Yeah. And we made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. Oh yes, we made it. We made it. Oh yes, we made it. We made it. Oh yes, we did. Now ye are the chosen generation, for all your priesthood, a holy, holy nation of people, peculiar to. Now we are to offer up praise and fight the good fight. For he called us out of darkness into his marvelous light. And we're the chosen one, yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one, yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one, yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one, yeah. And we made it. We made it. Oh, we made it. We made it. Oh, yes, we made it. We made it. Oh, yes, we made it. We made it. Oh, yes, we did. Now, ye have not chosen me, but I chose you. I'll name you and call you, that you should bring forth fruit. And whatever we ask of the Father in His name, it's His pleasure to give us all good things. And we'll never be ashamed, 'cause we're the chosen one, yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one, yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one, yeah. We are the chosen one. We're the chosen one, yeah. And we made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. Oh yes, we made it. We made it. Oh yes, we made it. We made it. Oh yes, we did. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Oh yes, we made it. Well, we're gonna keep going. My music is a big deal. Stop around. He's always helpful. You never leave. Yeah. He said it's been hard for you. Well, I know I can feel it too. But it's alright. It's alright. We can go into the night. Joy comes in the morning light. It's alright. Yeah. It's alright. Well, I don't know about you, But I tell you what I'm gonna do. I trust in Jesus. You ought to trust in you. He promised never to leave you. Trouble can never defeat you. You wash your tears away. If you only pray. Hallelujah. Oh, bless you. It's all right. It's all right.
Thank you very much, Calvin, for sending
you,
this
Calvin.
Unusual piece. You know, that we always welcome musicians of various genres to be part of these auditions, and it was a very welcome change from purely classical to this mixed genre. Unfortunately, the quality of the video you sent, obviously, you could hear there was a lot of echoes, so we had to cut your two pieces into one, and just so everybody knows, though, most of the time we'll limit everyone's presentation to just one piece, especially when there's some difficulties with the technology involved. But anyway, let's pass on to the judges. Who would like to step in and take the floor first for the commenting? Let's see. Ruben, you were last time. If you don't mind, please, stage yours.
Okay. Well, yes, it is a completely different genre, and he was very, I would say,
very punchy.
Entertaining.
Connected with what he was offering. I see some potentialities involved in what he's developing, and I'm sure what he portrayed to us was just a little part of it, in order to make it like a full performance of his creation, of his creativity, and I see that potential there, and I we need to know how to that develop into a full performance, and hope things unfold well in that way.
Thank you, Ruben, very much. And I believe we have Calvin in the studio.
So
excellent. You can hear the comments
very good.
In virtual person. So let's go to
Calvin.
David.
Yes, Calvin.
David,
hello, Calvin.
Hey, Calvin.
Hello, Calvin.
Hi, how's everybody?
Good.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Can,
Everything's great.
So I'll be brief with my comments. So, Calvin, thank you for that. I'll tell you what, I want to tell you what I enjoyed about it, and then I might offer just some thoughts going forward. Clearly, there is, a music in your body and in your veins, and we saw it, because not only are you singing, you're swinging, you're moving. So the lyricism of what you're doing, of course, more attached to the words, you're certainly feeling it, and you're feeling the rhythm as well, which is an elemental part of, getting out the barn and in starting to sing and interpret and and be a musician. So thank you for that. And also, what I enjoyed is that I saw you get more into it, which is both a praise and criticism, in that by the end of that first song, you were kind of in your own world, doing your thing. But for us, performers, that needs to happen from second one of your performance. So let's search for a way where you are as engaging at the beginning as you are at the end. That's a key element of being a master performer. You're not only in it yourself for half of it, or you can't use your performance as a warm-up. to get to the end of the piece, and by the end you're thinking, oh right, I kind of started enjoying that. No, you have to remember you're performing to an audience, so you need to be engaging them immediately.
Well, thank you for that, David. That's a great advice. You bet I'm taking notes of that one. Be engaged before you play or sing the very first note. Let's hear from Nvart. Nvart, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I'm sorry because I couldn't hear. I received a phone call. I had to answer that. So
that's totally all right.
I'm sorry.
That's no problem.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. So I prefer not say anything.
Sure, no problem. Dickran, would you like to add a little bit of comment?
Yeah. No, it's quite a departure for us because it's not even like Joyce Simpson or what was it, Felicia? Was that her name
Felicia.
that sang?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a totally different style. I don't know. Tell me something, Calvin. Is this sort of the precursor to rap or something, or no? Am I off?
No, I write, sing, and perform. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
please go,
no problem. We can hear you.
It is. Those two particular songs was gospel mixed with soul melody.
Yeah, that's
I sing gospel and soul.
Oh, it's gospel and soul. Yeah.
Gospel and soul. Okay, then that's the genre. Gospel and soul.
And maybe a little funk.
Yes.
Yeah, involved. Yep.
A little.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit different than just pure gospel. Like, Elvis sang gospel songs, and all of these different singers sing gospel songs. But yours is totally like, I think of it as like swing or something.
Mm-hmm.
Does that ring a bell? Swing.
It's not. Yeah, it's not the traditional type gospel. I try to, when I write music, I try to put it in a way where it would be, to where it will reveal to a diverse population of people, not just one set traditional type of music lover. When I write it, I want it to appeal to the young generation too. So I use melody that will kind of stir up the young people. Not a traditional gospel. The traditional gospel. I was raised on traditional gospel, but I'm trying to keep up with the contemporary world that we live in today. So when I write it in a way where that it will appeal to anyone that wants to. The young people, they're into mostly fast gospel music. So I make my beats in a way to it where it sing like soul, a mixture of soul and pop.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
That's a very good explanation. Yeah.
So let me ask you this real quick. What venues would you be interested in performing in besides Carnegie Hall? I mean, where's this style of music mostly generated? Like in Tulsa, we have Kane's Ballroom. Have you ever heard of Kane's Ballroom?
I believe I have.
Yeah, Kane's Ballroom is a big deal in Tulsa. I'm not there now, but that's where I, have spent some time. And they have all kinds of different varieties and genres of music and whatnot. And I would think that would be a very cool place for you to hit. Those kind. It's not a club. It's a very, very big space where lots of people can congregate and kind of, move around.
Calvin, can I jump in a second?
Yeah.
Oh, please.
So, Calvin, I know you're looking for, guidance from us experts, more in different fields, but experienced pros. One thing I would say is that in listening to your work, you've chosen genres. You've decided to pick genres that already exist, whether it be funk, whether it be, as Richie intimated, maybe almost some early touchings of rap. Maybe it just inklings of funk, blue, soul and pop. So beware when you do that, because there's a long list of people who have done this very well before you. Now, that's not to discourage you. That's just to say, when you take these colors and when you take these genres and make your own music, you do need to add in there something that is truly of yourself, which is original, which makes it in some way different, and therefore potentially interesting to an audience. Because if you don't, they'll just say, oh, I'm going to buy, James Brown, or I'm going to go and listen to some, Whitney Houston, or, you know what I'm saying? So as a composer, there's absolutely no problem in composing songs or writing songs in genres or styles that already exist. But make sure it has something that is unique to you, both technically in terms of the creation of it and in terms of what you want to express.
That's an excellent advice. Thank you, David, for that. And thank you very much, Colin, for bringing the mixture of all these genres on the auditions, and for inspiring our judges to go into discussing the creative process and the uniqueness of composition, and especially, in the world of mixed and synthetic genres. This was wonderful. Thank you very much. And we'll be moving on and inviting on stage the next performer. And the next performer is Claire Jean, who will be presenting Chopin Ballade, Opus 23, number 1. And Claire, the stage is all yours. We're looking forward to hearing your performance.
Bravo. Very good.
Yeah, excellent. Bravo, bravo. Wonderful.
Very good.
I really loved the style of playing with the blue dress. I don't know, for me, the visual and the auditory.
Yeah, the blue dress is good.
Really mixing so well. All right. Well, let's
like
have
very
Dickran. Yeah. Dickran, let's have you comment first.
Is she there?
Yes, she's here.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So what is? I'm sorry. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Yeah, beautiful job. How old are you?
I was 15 when I recorded it. I'm 16 now.
Oh, okay. Well, gee, you're getting old. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time to hang it up, right? No, I'm just kidding. Well, you know, you can retire at any time now, and you become an elder statesman of the keyboard. That's what happens when you retire. Old buildings and other things get a lot of respect the older they get. You know, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so I have a lot to say. Beautiful performance. I noticed one thing when I was not looking at your opening when you went da 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 dee with the umpas yum bum bum beam bum bum. You know, the accompaniment G minor opening, and then later it's in what key? E minor? Is it, Anna? No, I don't know. Can't remember. You didn't use the soft pedal at all in the beginning. A minor, sorry. Well, I'm tone deaf. What do you expect? Okay, so so the point is, I knew there was something unfocused about those accompaniments, and then when you came back in A minor, I noticed your foot. I watched you, and your foot was on the soft pedal, and you used it very nicely and judiciously, and it was a totally different control element going on there. So in the beginning. Well, let's start from the beginning, from the opening phrase. You did that beautifully cascading up, except when you went ya da 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 dee da da dum. I think that's bridge material. You want to get to the downbeat there, ba da 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 dee da da dum, ba dee, and then da ya da da dum. See, the problem with pianists, all of us, right? Is you want to intensely make something musical, but it's not musical to delay what the composer is heading for. And he's heading for a spot, and it's usually the downbeat. So what makes it beautiful is getting to the downbeat, then taking time on the long note. So instead of going ya da 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 dee da da dum, da ya da da dum. I mean, that's just a little bit too much too soon, actually. So if you could get rid of those bridge materials and get to what he wants to get to the harmony he wants to get to, that comes into play. When do I leave a harmony? When do I stay in a harmony? You're staying in that harmony too long. You need to move that ya da 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 ya da da dum ba da da dum dee da dum, and then ya da 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 dum dee dum. In other words, to put it mildly, get on with it. You know, it's one thing to make something intensely musical. It's another thing to exaggerate, and it, again, I hate to use this conductor's term, organic, but Gusti must be rolling over in his grave. I never liked it personally. You know, I thought it was, what are you talking about? Anyway, but it isn't something you're doing for the music. You're actually doing it to the music. Horowitz was great at torturing phrases, you know, and you don't want to do that because you want to get to the core of the piece. It's like a Schenker analysis of a work. It comes down to 3 notes, you know, okay? And the thing is, if you make such a big deal out of these gestures, then the piece is a series of gestures. It's no longer a cohesive whole. So I can jump to that other you did some fabulous things, by the way. I'm not saying. For example, to illustrate what I'm talking about, where you go, up the keyboard. I mean, come on, that is not great writing. Sorry, Chopin. That has to get on with it. Get on with it.
It's a bridge.
It's a bridge. And you have plenty of fingers, so what's the deal about playing it? Come on. It's too notey. It needs to be articulate, absolutely articulate on a certain level, but then it has to go. It has to fly. It has to just go with the wind and get to the next part, which is that little mazurka kind of, very playful, that syncopated part. Fantastic part. Almost original thought there, I would say. On the part of Chopin, I mean. And you played it very well. But see, there are just things about these composers that, let's put it this way. I don't regard composers as if marble came out of them, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to be very eloquent here and not so crude. Why are you so crude? You see what I'm saying? In other words, not everything that came out of a composer is holier than thou,
Right.
And they'll tell you this. They will tell you this. Mozart, all of them. Mozart was the master of passing tones. Beethoven just went granite, one chord to the next chord. He wasn't too good at counterpoint. Not too good. He just went from one harmony to another. But what made him exciting was the subito, the suddenness of his changes, his harmonic changes. Mozart did it much more cleverly and wove like in the D minor piano concerto, he just weaves his web through that tutti, and when the piano comes in, it's like glorious. You don't even know where you've been or where you're going. It's phenomenal. But you need to make sense out of these bridge areas. Get on with it. That would be the overlying statement for your performance. Is you're aggrandized. What is it called? Over-aggrandizement or whatever. Yeah, I mean it's just too spectacular all the time, and too slow in its spectacularism. Just toss it off sometimes, but it has to be thoroughly from your heart. You can't just do what I tell you to do, because I'm not trying to change you. I'm trying to change the way you think about it, not change your playing. I don't want to change your playing. You're a beautifully fluid player. You have a natural affinity for the keyboard. Everything's natural. Everything's musically. I wouldn't say everything's well thought out yet. You're still young, but it's musically inspired, but it's not crystallized yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now wait a minute. Now go to the coda. You've got to master. I suggest sitting higher so you can get a bird's eye view of the keyboard, so that you see everything in front of you very clearly. I watched you very carefully there, as I do all pianists, and you're not seeing peripherally what you could be seeing. So technically it's demanding only in one way, because you're not seeing everything. And don't give me this blind pianist stuff. I'm not talking about blind pianists. Okay? They have a magic all to their own, and God bless them, they can have it. You're not blind, so you need to act like you're not. So, sit up so you can see the keyboard, and you have this leverage of the arm slicing the keyboard instead of hanging there. Okay? So you have to be above everything in octaves and double notes. It will help you. Sit farther away and sit higher, and you will absolutely transform your playing. Okay? And you got to know exactly what you're doing at all times. You have to know exactly what you're doing at all times. For example, where's the angle of descent? Are you playing on your tips, on the nails? Are you playing flat or are you playing where you should be on the pads? It's right in the middle. The pads is where you should be playing. That's my opinion. My humble opinion. So there, yes, I get lots of awards for my humbleness. I'm extremely humble. Can't you tell? Okay, so anyway, listen, I loved your performance. It was very, very, very nice. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Dickran.
You're welcome.
Let's hear from David.
All right, Claire. Hello, Claire.
Hi.
I loved what I experienced in your playing, and I'm going to take a few moments to tell you what I loved and then what some recommendations are. I want to offer both you and clearly your teacher. You are a very, very well-trained pianist, my dear, and you have put a lot of thought, and you command control. You command a dignity and a mature approach just to your instrument, beyond your years in terms of pure control and relative technique to where you are right now. I loved some of the voicing that you were doing. Many things I enjoyed. I love the control. I love the steadiness. These are all positive things in your performance. And again, credit to both you and your teacher. I'll say one brief adjunct comment to Rich's comments about how to move the piece along. Absolutely, he hit it spot on. Perhaps sometimes how I look at how to approach rubato is a little like rubato is always attached to a stretched out rubber band. Meaning, if this is the rubato, and this is where the rubber band is hooked onto, there's an inalienable pull towards the forward momentum of where it's going. And often the beauty of rubato is managing that resistance. Actually, that's what a lot of music is about, avoiding the inevitable, but at the same time heading towards the inevitable. Again, to Rich's point, that's what Schenker analysis is all about. How can you delay those you start on chord 1, and then how can you delay getting to the 5-1? And some people take 3 minutes to spin that out in a Chopin prelude. Liszt takes 20 minutes in his sonata that we just heard. Mahler takes an hour and a half in his Symphony No. 3. So it's all relative, but feel that pull forward and find ways how to be expressive through in some way resisting it, but then ultimately succumbing to forward movement. That's the only thing I would add to Rich's very, very good comments. Now, what I'm going to say, I want you to do a few things. Where I want you to be, in basic terms, is more expressive. I want you, Claire, to go and get an F on your maths. I want you to go into a shop window and go, "Woo!" and then run away. I want you to put sour milk in your mum's tea when she's not looking.
I've never heard of this.
I want you to do anything to get you outside. I want you to go and give your best friend an extra hug. I want you to do anything to get you outside your fantastically controlled and brilliant 100% I'm in charge concept of where you are. I think it's too much at the moment. I think what will take you to the next level is expressing extremes and then letting someone pull you in. Either your own fabulous musicality and your instincts, or your mentors and your teachers. I'll leave you with a little anecdote, which I believe it was Debussy, when once being sent to his piano teacher, and he started playing, and the piano teacher just said, "Look, stop. Go away, get a girlfriend, and then come back and play this again." And that's the sanitized version. So, Claire, I want you to now start living life just a little more dramatically to get new experiences and dramatic experiences, and then relate them in somehow to the pain, the ecstasy, the joy, the disappointment that Chopin is also expressing in his music.
David, thank you so much.
Very good.
Yeah, that's excellent. Great comments.
I love that.
Yeah.
Particularly doing this in the window and then running away.
Yeah, and
you're really you're a very
as trouble with it.
as what's his name said in Moon Over Parador, you're a very funny guy.
Okay, Ruben, would you like to add something? Please. Oh, you're muted. Please unmute yourself.
I definitively enjoyed very much your performance, Claire, and I will maybe add two comments to it. The first of it will be pulse. Okay, and somehow David say a little about it, about feeling the stretch out of the pulse, like the gravity of it, right? And may add to it the following: play more with the pulse. Because what I see, it was like a very intellectual approach to pulse, and then this is on pulse, and this is an abstraction of pulse, and it go out of pulse, and then it go back to pulse. You see? But try just to play with pulse. Try to feel like a huge mass of sound dancing with that pulse, and then of course your playing is part of that, and you leave pulse also in a sensitive way. Then it's not just interact with it or pull out of any, but you just take pulse as a full part of your interpretation, you see, and play with that. You have to really experiment and see when you go too far, when you don't go that far, but it has to be part of the performance in such a nice piece and such dexterity they already have with the piano, you see. So play with the pulse, experiment with that, and you will uncover a different perspective to all your possibilities. Okay, that was my first advice. And the second advice will be coda. Once it was a little too much intellectual, you see, and from an emotional point of view, everything has been said, and there are no doubts about it. You know, I will say this again, and then it is like there was like an intellectual doubt, and then you have to try to justify that intellectual doubt as part of the performance. No, it's just emotional drain. Everything has been said, and then you as part of that drain of the piece and that the emotion of the piece, then you try to say that it was like inevitable to say it again. You see, it's more direct. It's not, that doesn't need a justification. It was just inevitable, and you incorporate that inevitability into the end of the piece. You see, you don't have to add anything extra. It was already there. It was just inevitable to say it again. You see, that would be just my 2 points. Everything else, as everyone has said, you had a wonderful, accomplished pianist so far. So play with those two little details and keep growing and keep practicing and do all the funny stuff that David said to you to do. Okay, wonderful. I enjoyed very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Navar, would you like to add something to the comments?
Yeah, what said everybody is totally, I'm agree with them. I want just to say that Claire would be more passionate, less technical, if I may say like this, yeah. For example, if your technique is 90%, your passion is 10%. Now your passion must be 90% and technique 10%. So because you must put your technical possibility and very beautiful sound of piano, very clear, to the service of the music of Chopin, of anyone else, yeah? Not the contrary, because if you do the contrary, you are just a technician without soul, without passion, without dream, which is not going well with the music. Yeah. So think about that. But the passion doesn't mean you have right to do anything you want. You must know what exactly the composer wanted you to do and how to express his music. And you put everything together. Because your sound, again, I will say, very beautiful, very clear, very, very clear. It's very good. But you need that passion. It's not expression, it's passion. Put it together. That's what I would not say, but congratulations. It's really very good.
Thank you very much, Gevorg. And Claire, thank you very much for your beautiful performance, for your extraordinary technical facility, and for your musicality and wonderful preparation. I don't know who your teacher is, but I want to say many congratulations to the teacher. You have a fantastic musician working with you and coaching you and growing your talent. Thank you for bringing all of that to our auditions and inspiring the judges to get to a very high level of discussion of relationships between the artistry and technicality and the intentions of the composer. We don't get to those topics unless a candidate like yourself is on the level where that is what the next step would be for you. I hope you all enjoyed it, and we'll be moving on to inviting. Thank you, Clara.
Thank you.
Best of luck for you in the future. We'll be moving on to inviting on stage the Chicago Kwanzaa Choir. And this choir is directed by Dr. Junok. And we have the music director of the choir here with us. Hopefully, we'll be able to have a good discussion here. That's very interesting. So the Chicago Kwanzaa Choir will be performing Mighty Fortress in Our God by Martin Luther. And all the stage is all yours, of the fine ensemble. Looking forward to your performance. This is phenomenal. Jun Oakley, Dr. Jun Oakley is in our studio, the music director of the wonderful Chicago Kwanzaa Choir, and also the artistic director of another ensemble which is applying for an opportunity to perform at the Carnegie Hall, Artisti-Vocal Ensemble. And we'll hear this presentation as well, and then we'll invite the members of the judges panel on stage, and Dr. Jun Oakley as well to join us for the discussion and some comments. So next I would like to present Artisti-Vocal Ensemble performing You'll Never Walk Alone by Richard Rogers. Let's enjoy it all together. Wow. Oh.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Incredible. Bravo. Standing ovation. What a fine ensemble. Welcome to the broadcast, Dr. Yulia Lee, and here's our panel of judges. Who would like to take the first lead? We have conductors over here.
Yeah, you've got conductors galore, so you know.
Conductors galore. Well, David, would you like to take the first?
Oh, thanks.
Take the first whack, David. Take the first whack.
All right. Firstly, I've got to learn how to pronounce your name. Is it Junyuk?
Yeah, Junyuk. I think you're muted. Maybe. Can we hear? Just say something. No, we can't.
You're muted.
He's muted. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear him.
I think you can. I think he can hear us though.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on and we'll see.
Yes. Okay. Junyuk, can you hear us? Nod your head if you can hear us.
Yeah, he can.
All right.
All right. We're in business.
All right. Firstly, wow, thank you so much for presenting some formidable conducting.
And there you go.
And really quite an accomplished vocal ensemble in many ways. I enjoyed I enjoyed your interpretations. I enjoyed the passion. This choir and your interpretations have punch. They project. They say something. However, you've just reminded me, when I use the word project, you do need to talk to your engineer, your recording engineer, on that first piece of music. Your timpani was way, way, way too loud, and you need to get the instruments out of the way for the fantastic quality of your choir to come forward. Just for future reference, please pay much more attention to the quality of the recording, particularly when it comes to choirs, because you're already fighting an orchestra and you're having to deal with balance issues. But on this recording, that timpanist and maybe the instrumentalist, the trumpeter, need 50% off the gas pedal, or 50% off the
gain and mic.
Yes, right. But that's just an aside. That didn't take away from what we're understanding of very fine performances. I'm going to talk to you about one fundamental element which I'd like you to think about. And those are the manipulation of vowels and consonants when you're working with your choir. It's really important, in my humble opinion. Well, let me back up. The vowels and consonants for a singer are the equivalent of, for an instrumentalist, you drawing your bow, that's the vowel, and then the change of bow, or the articulation, being the consonant. Yeah? Are you in agreement with me so far? So, the majority of the quality of the sound comes through the vowel, or through as you draw the bow, or as you hold your finger down on the key. Because when you articulate and you change the note, in that moment that the notes change, there's no sound, is there? Or very little sound, depending on when you got the pedal on or how legato you're going. But that's not where quality of sound is made. So for you singer, the vowels are very, very important. And so in manipulating the vowels and consonants, you need to elongate the vowels more with your choir and make the consonants shorter and crisper. What do I mean by that? So for example, You'll Never Walk Alone, you should be aiming for when you walk with the storm. It shouldn't be when you walk through the storm. You need to work harder, I think, with your choir not to close that tone out earlier by starting to articulate the consonant earlier. Because that kills the sound. It strangles the sound. That's one thing I think I would love to see more in one element of the words. The manipulation and the broadness of vowels to make it a big... That'll make your already big sound 30% bigger. You'll be working not any harder, but you'll increase the volume and the intensity and the power of your choir. Now, the other thing is, conversely, I want you to think harder about the consonants. I've already said one way to deal with the consonants is to leave them as far right as possible and clip them off the end. However, I would love them to be harder. Because in singing in a hall, the consonants, the articulations are going to be muted anyway to a certain extent due to the natural resonance of the hall. So we have to work on articulation, cleanliness. Articulation is the best word to express this. And we articulate with the voice through consonants. So I don't want to hear lime. I don't want to hear lime every onion. I want to hear climb. I want to hear climb every mountain. So I want to hear k. I want to hear v. I want to hear m in mountain. You have to over-exaggerate this so you're climbing the mountain and not liming the onion. You understand? And I know you're singing this and you're thinking, oh, it's coming so clearly. But believe me, in the audience, articulation is progressively lost more and more the further away you are. So you have to work really hard on beating to death. I exaggerate on articulation and making them exaggerated when we sing with choirs. When you add these purely technical verbal manipulations, I think the already fine level that your choir has will go even to the next level.
David, thank you so much. Let's see if our tech team maybe can step in and help John Oak to get his sound back. Do we have Ante, James? Do you want to help us out? Yes, there's a John Oak. There is a link for you to join briefly our troubleshoot room. So if we can give you an ability to respond, we would like that very much. Please
I'd love to hear your opinions.
That's right. We would like to interact with you. You're such a fine conductor and director of such a great choir. We want to hear you interacting. So there's a link in the chat for you. Click on that link and you will find yourself in the capable hands of our magicians on the back end. The technical crew will take care of your sound so that we can have you use the microphone. Okay? So, meanwhile, I hate to not for Junok not to be able to hear everyone's comments, so we'll take a very brief pause, and I will just remind everyone that we are here in the live auditions, which are designed for musicians who want to showcase their talent and progress in their career, find new venues, new opportunities, new contacts, develop their stage, their reach, and share their talent and their accomplishments much further. These are auditions for musicians to potentially be selected to perform on the Carnegie Gala series. In 24-25, we'll have a 7-concert series at the Carnegie Hall in New York City. And for those performances, we are here selecting soloists to perform with orchestras. We have 2 orchestras partnering with our organizations for those series, and those are the Orchestra Manhattan with the music director David Wroe. And David Wroe is today here in our studio providing his feedback to the auditionees and candidates. And the second orchestra, which is also collaborating with us already for several seasons, New York Chamber Players Orchestra with the music director Giacomo Franchi, and Maestro Franchi will be with us joining the panel and providing his feedback for judging on Sunday. And these are the Carnegie series, but also in those concerts we present new music by the composers, we present soloists, ensembles, and large ensembles, and we just heard very fine performances of the two choirs led by Dr. Jun Ukli, and we will hear the comments from our judges for those two choirs in a minute, as soon as we can work out the microphone for Dr. Jun Ukli to be able to respond. Now, these are auditions for the Carnegie seasons. We are also auditioning soloists, new compositions, and ensembles for being included in the colORCHESTRA season. We are in the second season right now with colORCHESTRA, and we're collaborating with Orchestras Worldwide, and our collaborations are growing. We have more orchestras joining us every season, and we are very, very proud of all of those collaborations, because this is opening up the stages of those esteemed ensembles to be reachable for musicians who are finding their own voice and working towards bigger stages and a bigger reach of their talent. And here on the screen you see we are starting to work with the Royal Philharmonic, with the Ukraine National Symphony, with the Slovak Sinfonietta. In the next seasons we'll be working with the Paducah Symphony, performing at the Carlson Center, and just next month we'll have more auditions for colORCHESTRA and for the Boulder Symphony, for Butler Philharmonic, for many other orchestras around the world, just to name a few. And we started collaborating with the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, and it's all over the world. The Western New York Chamber Orchestra, as I said, with Maestro Blanco Tisi, was with us for 2 seasons, and we just presented the concert for colORCHESTRA soloists with the Bohuslav Martinu Philharmonic in Czech Republic, and we're expanding our European collaborations. The Karlecik Foundation Symphony Orchestra is going to be presenting in the next season, and we just presented a concert with the Cairo Opera Orchestra in Cairo, Egypt, and we have some of the finest conductors from all around the world joining this project and extending their expertise and their welcome, opening the doors of their fabulous concert halls, opening the arms of their fantastic ensembles for musicians, for the soloists to compete on the stage. Let's put it this way: yes, compete, audition on the stage, and to be selected. But if you're not even if you're not selected through these auditions, there's no restrictions for you to apply next time. And we provide this immediate feedback to everyone who applies for these auditions and auditions on our virtual stage from members of the judges panel, which include those fantastic musicians and music directors of those orchestras. They're here in the studio, very accessible and very generous with their expertise and their comments. Why we do that? Because if anything can be improved, it can be improved only together between you, your teachers, and your colleagues. So the feedback from colleagues who love and support you is the most constructive and the most helpful. And if today you were not selected to perform on those glorious stages, tomorrow you will be. Why? Because you're getting this wonderful support from musicians who are there, who did that walk, who crossed the bridge, followed the journey, followed the path. They know how to be successful, and they're sharing their knowledge with you. So welcome back, and we will continue with the comments for the 2 marvelous vocal ensembles. I'm reminding everyone, we just heard Chicago Kwanzaa Choir and Artisti Vocal Ensemble, both directed by Dr. Jun Ukli, and we'll continue with the comments. So we had comments from David Wroe, and let's go to comments from Ruben. Ruben, would you like to add something to what David shared? Yeah.
It was indeed a couple of wonderful performances, and I appreciate very much your intensity and energy all the way through, and of course it is like it's a statement full of energy, full of faith when you go to the piece, the choral piece by Martin Luther, and So, and it is, and the same way you perceive it, it's like a, all the way going up to the end, and the orchestration you make of it is just to make an exultation and even more brilliant sonority of it, and then when that timpani at very forte at the very end that maybe that they somehow also mentioned. So I see all that picture, and then my only advice maybe will be try to experiment some point of cadence where you can then prepare again, and say it's not because I was cocked like this from the beginning to the end, right? It was very, but then try to see what happened if at some point you can take a breath of the intensity of the line, and then you might gain even a higher level when you come back, and then that kind of breath. Might be a couple of them, and you know very well the score, and your conducting is impressive, is very good, and you are left-handed and you are proud of it, and you attempt the left hand, and that is very good. And I believe that there has been a lot of work of rehearsal with and connection with the group, and I admire that very, very much. And that's what you hear at the end is a very accomplished product when you listened. And so congratulations.
Thank
you.
So
try just to find those little spots of experiment to see what happened.
Thank you so much.
But because the picture is just wonderful and excellent. Thank you very much. I enjoyed very much the performance.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Navart. Let's hear your take on it.
You know, I'm a former choir conductor.
Yeah.
So I agree with what they say before me. There is something very important, that you finish the phrase, but we don't hear it. And suddenly the next phrase is beginning. So finish the phrase and then begin the next phrase. It doesn't mean that you must stop. Yeah,
right.
You finish, and your gesture doesn't finish anything. You just do this. No. Must be very clear, because the choir would understand that you finish the idea, and then you begin the next one. Yeah. Mostly in this kind of songs, which are repeating, we have couplet and refrain. Yeah. It must be clear which couplet it is, which refrain is it, how many times is it repeating. It means that you make the shape of the piece very clear, very clear. And the second thing, I agree with David, but I will add something more precise. For example, you have a word, yeah. The end of the word, as it is not French, so there is not a finished. Yeah, there is
a consonant at the end of the word.
Thank you, Anna. Consonant. So consonant must be linked with the next words, consonant or
vowel.
Yeah. It must be finished as the music. You finish the word and it's linked together. You put that together and you say the next word, and you will see it will be very clear, and the audience will understand what you say, because you are giving them a message. Yeah, it must be clear, and nobody will mix something. And musically, even one day, I don't know if you sing classical pieces or not, you use the same method. So it must be very, very clear and very easy to go through the piece. But the sound of the two groups are very, very good, very clear.
Thank you.
There is a very good energy, very good energy. I saw that they like to sing with you. They like it. This is very important.
That's very important. A conductor liked by the group is a rare thing to come.
Those animals don't exist.
It exists.
Says David Wroe.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you, but it exists, yeah. So, and let me finish. Okay. Let me finish.
Go ahead, Bart.
And if you like the choir members, they will like you.
Yep.
Yeah? It's working like this. It's not working in one way.
Right.
So it exists.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just witnessed it. That's for sure.
It is, congratulations. It is very good.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Dickran, would you like to add something? there's nothing to add.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear this.
All I can say is Salieri. You know. When one hears such sounds, Salieri, right? No, listen, you guys are amazing. I'm like learning so many things. I guess I've been missing the boat, you know. I miss the boat, Nivart. I need to come and study with you in Yerevan, you know. No, I've been there. I played there, you know, a few times. We talked about David Kanjan. Yeah, poor guy. Anyway, I agree with everything, but I'm going to go another step.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I knew David would be cracking up. He's look at this guy. He's like Monty Python visits Rambo or something. Yeah, no, Monty Python versus Rambo. Okay, so look, listen, that was fantastic. I'm going to go where no man has ever gone before. Actually, right. So, now listen, how do you pronounce your name again? Because I can't...
Janook.
Janook, yeah. Because I didn't hear it all the time. I was concentrating on what they were saying. And my screen is too small for your name. I thought it was fantastic. Overall, I mean, it was pretty brilliant, as Larry would say. Pretty... Do you guys like Curb Your Enthusiasm? Because I'm telling you, you can't curb your enthusiasm on this show. Okay, so musically, the musical ends all made sense to me. The voices were superlative. I mean, okay, maybe it wasn't the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. I don't know, because I'm not a choral conductor. And to be honest, my ears are more tuned to kind of different sounds, you know what I mean? I'm not exactly an expert in the vocal area, shall we say? And but what I'm saying is, what I loved about you, Janook, is that when you conducted and the choir responded very well, listen carefully, you never rushed the long notes. Like, I'm an Anglican, by the way, so I know the hymns very well. I played them at my church in Tulsa all the time on the organ, even though I don't play the pedals. I know the hymns very well. And this Mighty Fortress, I thought the interpretation was outstanding to get that many people, like you say, Nivart, they like you, and they're in your galaxy of thought. You know what I'm saying? And they follow you. But I love the long notes, and you didn't rush the ends of them. She said you kind of stopped or something. I felt
no, I
at least
say that.
Well, I know. I'm
that.
not paraphrasing you, Nivart. You're the master. I'm just saying I found the long notes were long enough, and the short, to what David was saying about the previous contestant or whatever, I don't know which one. I'm so confused at this point. I can't tell anything at this point. I'm kind of numb, you know. But I thought the long notes were very long and the short notes were tagged. Maybe not the consonants, I agree with him, were a little too long, and the vowels were not long enough. But the note values were there, and musically it soared. In other words, the long note, and he waited as long as he could. There's a thing that describes this. Fleischer said, never play a note till you have to. Does anybody remember when he said that? Leon Fleischer?
Oh, yeah.
Leon Fleischer was a master of that. If you hear him play the opening of the Franck symphonic variations. It's the best ever. It's, you know, dee-da-dee-da, dee-da-da. I mean, he lets every phrase finish and blossom. He never rushes anything. Then when he gets doing fast notes, it's another story there. But but I think that he is right. You should never play a note or sing a note or strike a note until you absolutely have to. And I felt that the choir was doing this. I felt musically, not in terms of consonants and vowels, although, David, I did not catch that. I have to say, I really learned something from you guys. And Navart the same way. I mean, I've never conducted a choir. I mean, I've sung in a choir with Robert Page once. You know him, right? The Cleveland Orchestra choir conductor from Mazel's day and probably before Mazel. Page was fantastic, but I was a little kid. I didn't know what was going on. It was at the Flagstaff Summer Music Festival. Anyway, so, and what do they know in Arizona anyway? It's like, can anything come out of Nazareth that's any good? You know, it's that kind of thing. You know, I feel that this was stellar music making on a certain level, and it really needs to be heard. I never even heard of your choirs or these people, and I think, wow, you know, come on, let's hear it in Carnegie Hall and every other hall.
Fantastic.
You know,
but I was a little kid. I didn't know what was
really,
going on.
really
It was at the
fantastic.
Flagstaff
I was
Summer Music
really
Festival.
impressed.
Anyway, so, and what do they know in Arizona?
Something's echoing in here.
That's fine.
I'm hearing an
I'll
echo
take
of my voice or something.
You know,
oh well.
That's probably on one of the YouTube channels somewhere.
Really?
That happens. Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you have a YouTube channel open, that'll.
Anyway, bravo.
Bravo.
Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Jun-ok, for bringing this absolutely fantastic ensembles, so polished ensembles. And that's another dimension to hear the large group of ensemble like yours in our auditions. I enjoyed it thoroughly. I just want to underscore how important it is to come forward with your art and to put yourself out, and you find out this is something which is very well received, and you heard judges saying, well, it's time for your ensembles to be heard. That's wonderful, and thank you so much. We'll be moving on to presenting the next. We have two more candidates to be presented in today's session. And I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow we will continue with the sessions for the Carnegie Gala auditions and the Orchestra Worldwide auditions. The next performer will be Tatiana Kallmann, and she will be singing Augustin Lara Granada. Welcome on stage, Tatiana. It's a great pleasure to be presenting you today.
Conservo l'imbrujo
That was phenomenal. Wow, I loved it.
Wow.
Whoa.
Whoa, yeah.
Who's saying whoa? Oh, it's Navart. I wondered what happened to Anna. Where's Anna?
She disappeared.
She disappeared? That was incredible.
Tatiana.
All right,
hello,
wait.
Tatiana, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Yeah.
Jeez, that was, I mean, I just want to eat you up. That was incredible. That was really incredible. I loved it.
Very good.
Okay, David, you want to go first?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, David goes first. I'm the new moderator. How do you like me? I'm not as beautiful as Anna, but you know what can I do?
You're brutal.
I'm brutal. I'm Brutus. Yeah.
All right, Tatiana. Hello, David Wroe here. Firstly, thank you so much for that performance. My comments are going to be in two halves. One of what I liked about it and what I like about you. And then I'm just going to offer some really subjective thoughts about what you did. And these are only opinions, because of course, in the second half, it's more talking about subjective, interpretive issues. So, firstly, you have a complete control of your instrument. You have a marvelous technique, first of all, and that's tick box one. Fantastic. You're a pro. And you know, I could spend 20 minutes waxing on that, but I don't want to waste your time. You've ticked that box, and you're tremendous. There's so many good things. There's so many good things about the quality of the technical elements of your singing. Secondly, what you bring to the table, in my opinion, is you have stage presence. That's tick box number 2 for a professional performer and a star. You command attention on stage. You are a performer, and I mean that in a positive sense, not in a pejorative sense, in a negative sense. You're a tremendous performer, and you're a larger than life figure. You command attention on stage, and you're already 95% ahead of all aspiring musicians. Thirdly, you have a beautiful voice. Your instrument itself, aside from how you manipulate it and how you manipulate yourself, your voice is very, very lovely. It's relatively even from bottom to top. Your passaggio is well managed, and you have a richness in the lower, medium and lower registers, which at least comes through to me in this recording, as well. Of course, you're sailing high and beautifully on top. So I'm very, very impressed. Now, forgive me if we go into some real detail and some observations about your very, very, I'm talking now at a very, very high level. Are you with me, Tatiana?
Yes.
I'm going to read you the English translation of what you just sung. Granada, land of my dreams, mine becomes a gypsy song when I sing to you. My song, born of fancy, my song, melancholy flower, that I'll give to offer to you. Granada, land covered in blood from the bullfighting afternoons. Women who retain their spell of Moorish eyes. A dreamland, a rebel, a gypsy. Blah, blah, blah. I kiss your scarlet mouth, juicy apple, to tell you of my love affairs. Blah, 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 blah. All right. That is hot-blooded, macho, hairy chest, medallion. You know, grab you by the shoulders
Yeah,
and
be
wrestle you to
careful.
the ground. Wrestle you to the ground words, right?
Yes.
I felt that you got more into it, but your interpretation was a bit, and I'm being facetious by saying this, just to make an exaggeration of the point, but it was a bit too close to a four-a chanson.
Mm-hmm.
Or a lyrical, Schumann lied. It was too elegant. It was too elided and slidey and slow consonants and elongated and floppy.
Mm-hmm.
For my understanding of the words, a gypsy is a proud, arrogant woman full of really red-hot blood.
Yeah.
And these elements of the words, I would ask you only to consider proud, big-chested, forward, a little aggressive, a little arrogant, a little of some of these things that you decided to go another way. You decided to go to a subtle, kind of sexy, beautiful, female, seductive element to it.
In the
And
style
I
of
believe,
in the style of habanera of Carmen.
and I believe you need another. I would recommend that you play with another approach to this. Essentially, making it more aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, that's the only thing I would, take your lead from the words and what really are the words meaning and where are they coming from? They're coming from hot red-blooded gypsies. Their subtlety is not one of their things they're known for. But I'm talking to very high level now, and I thought your performance was tremendous.
Thank you, David, very much. And let's go to Navart. Let's hear the other perspective
I
of
will
that.
just I will just say something. Think in the Carmen, very proud, Kipsy. All he said is right, but in the style of Carmen, who is not a very I don't know how explain it.
Yeah, be careful.
No. I don't have English words, so I cannot explain that. But
we know what you mean.
I think Tatiana understood that it must be much more like this,
abrasive,
as Carmen. Well, it's an example, not very proud. Just go out yourself, because the beauty of the voice, the very good technique is not enough. It's stay technique, It's just a good piano, and the pianist has a good technique, and then what? So there is a message in this song also. We must feel it, but something very important, you master the piece, and most important, you master the pianist.
Yes.
You have a presence with the pianist, so you lead the piece. You lead the piece. This is important, But go out yourself.
Thank you, Navart.
Very good.
Thank you. Ruben, I'm dying to hear what you think about it. That's your culture.
I'm dying. I'm dying altogether.
Ruben, let's hear from Ruben.
Ruben, you're muted.
We can't
You're
hear
muted.
you.
You're very handsome.
Unmute yourself.
You're very handsome.
We want to hear every word you
but
say.
I want to hear your words.
Yes, well, I did enjoy very, very much Tatiana, your performance. And yes, there is a lot of drama and passion in the song. as everyone has said, and it is dedicated to the land, right? To the land of Andalusia, where that was like the last bastion that was finally regained by Spain, and there was a lot of suffering and now it's just the joy and the passion of it and the culture that it represents. So it is to the land, right? And all are allegories to the land. But there is some sense of nostalgia into it, of drama, and of course the rhythm that is behind is at the same time is so happy and it's fluent and you dance to it, which is just great. As you know, the Gitano style is always a rhapsodic, unpredictable, right? And then it is like releasing the rhythm, and sometimes again you have the rhythm, then you have the dance, but it's always trying to hold, to keep it not there, to make it not possible, right? It's just that it's like a rebel feeling against your what you really are, but at the end you are inside and it's like a conflict at the same time, right? Then so you, as everyone has said, you have managed all that in a cohesive interpretation with a wonderful communication with your pianist and everything, and a complete performance. So but you will just need to be more unpredictable at some point. You see, so this is like a capriccio, when you really want to. Not to be direct to a person and just to make it difficult for him to reach or not to reach you. So it will be like the same. So everything has to be like a new. Every phrase has to have a component of novelty, and it is just an exercise of imagination and of joy, because you know the piece so well, and it's like when you see all great artists performing this piece, it's never the same, you see, because once they accomplish that understanding of the piece, it will never be the same. So it should always be the same, the same search for you, okay? And so I enjoy it very, very much. The Spanish pronunciation was wonderful. I took all your words and they touched me, so wonderful. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruben. Let's hear from Dickran. Do you have something to add? Would you like to?
I thought it was phenomenal.
Yes.
I disagree with everybody. No, I'm just kidding. But then when the thing is, you guys have intellectual. I thought I was, in the past competitions, I thought, I'm saying too much, No, not anymore.
Not when you bring conductors on the board.
No, there have been conductors. Don't give me that stuff. This mafioso approach. No, this has been very detailed, but I'll tell you what. If I was a conductor.
And what?
Sorry, I'm thirsty. The doctor said I'll get another UTI if I don't drink 130 ounces of water every day. So, I don't want to end up in the hospital. So listen, that was phenomenal, Tatiana. I remember hearing you before, and I wondered what happened. You are phenomenal. I like a refined Carmen, to be honest. I don't want Carmen to be all, slutty.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I don't need the prostitution side of Carmen. I want a very elegant Carmen, and you can say all you want. I agree with what you're saying. The traditional character requires blah blah blah, but you see, this is a different Carmen. This is a gorgeous Carmen who's kind of innocent, a little bit, And, man, I love the voice. I don't use. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's really something. I liked it. It's really controlled, and you're sincere. You know, like the passion. David is nodding, and I see he agrees with me. Okay. David's quite extraordinary. We go way back. But anyway, yeah. What was it? Quad City. What a crazy place. That riverboat is too much there. Anyway, listen, Tatiana. I know I'm a real joke, right? I'm a laugh a minute, but Armenians are that way. You know, they say, "So what is this Armenian?" I said, "Oh, it's a disease." Yeah. Okay. So, hey, what's going on with this? Who has the hospital car? I heard a hospital.
That sounded like police somewhere.
I sounded ambulance. Anyway, Tatiana, it's incredible on many, many, many levels. And I can't really go into them now, but because we have a short amount of time. But yeah, I don't know. It just hit me totally. I was surprised. I was really surprised by the performance. And another thing, it's the package. What a package. I mean, you know, you can't say that about everybody. Oh, yeah, it's technically great and this. Like David was saying, or who was saying, the stage presence. Who said that? Was it David?
Yeah.
Okay, none other than David Wroe. David, row your boat. Has anyone ever said, David, row your boat gently? No. That's what I think of, is you in one of those cruise ships, you know, the oars, you know. No, anyway, the Brits do that, right? They do cruise, you know. Anyway, it was absolutely, I cannot believe, actually, in a way, I can't believe what I heard or saw. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not being funny, okay? I mean, I'm dead serious, even though I'm laughing and smiling. You have to understand, Pisces are not what they seem, okay? I'm a Pisces.
Thank you so much.
Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Really
Tatiana,
great singing.
You got everything from A to Z, lots of suggestions and recommendations, and a truckload of praises, and you deserve every one of those. Thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous voice to the performance, for your stage presence, and for choosing this piece. This is a wonderful piece to present, a heart winner. Thank you so much. We will be moving on to the next performer of these auditions, and the last candidate for this session. After the last candidate, will take a break until tomorrow. But as of now, we still have one more presentation to watch and to comment on, and that'll be the violinist Kevin Matheson performing Mendelssohn Violin Concerto, first movement. Kevin, the stage is all yours. Take it away. Wonderful performance.
Unbelievable.
Bravo. What a way to finish the
What
auditions
phenomenal.
for today. Okay, Dickran, do you want to go first?
Yeah, well, I will go first. I have never heard a better Mendelssohn. I have never heard playing like that. There's only one violinist I've heard like that. I'm not going to mention the name. It was absolutely stunning, right on the mark. It's the best Mendelssohn I've ever heard. He understands each harmonic progression. I could hear the whole thing underneath him. The whole darn concerto. Oh, watch it, Richie. Don't say that. The whole darn concerto was right under his hands. I don't need the orchestra. I don't need the conductor. I don't need anything. This was absolutely stunning playing. I don't care what anybody says. And you can say all you want after this. That's why I wanted to go first. You can say anything you want. The intonation was phenomenal. And who cares anyway? I wish he made a million mistakes. I'd rather have his wrong notes. Actually, his wrong notes are perfect. Whatever. And I didn't really hear any. I'm just saying. The opening was absolutely, I mean, move over, Shlomo Mintz. He used to own that opening for me. Shlomo was my buddy. He owns that opening of that concerto. And I'm telling you, this guy outplayed him. It's so tender and so... the space between the notes. I mean, that's what counts in music. It's not the notes. Anybody can play the notes. He hears those harmonies so clearly. They are so delineated. It's almost like eating off of a surgeon's table. They're so clean. I mean, I wish I was conducting. I wish I was a conductor. I would be crying at the end. I mean, it was absolutely stunning playing. Stunning. I have nothing to say. I mean, I'm not even saying how good it was, really. Like when he would end that phrase, the first technical, he holds that note. He doesn't go boop, staccato. He doesn't just burp it out, like everybody else does. I mean, everybody else. This was superlative playing on the highest level. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Dickran. Well, let's hear from David. Nivart, would you like to take
Nivart, you go.
Go ahead.
Just one thing.
Yeah.
There is some imperfections. It's normal. It's a live recording. It's live playing.
This is not even the recording, Nivart. And to everyone, I would like to underscore, Kevin's performance is not a recording. He is performing live.
That was live.
This was live.
Okay.
We heard him perform in this real time. Yes.
Okay. It's anyway, but
very good
from the beginning.
Nivart.
But just a minute.
Just a minute.
Yeah, wait a minute.
No, wait a minute. I know. I want to challenge you right away. Go ahead.
You cannot challenge me. Keep quiet.
Oh.
Okay. So
she's a pistol, I'll tell you. I like you, Gevorg.
Thank you very much.
I do.
I like very much. My manager likes me.
I really like you.
So I want to say to Kevin, it's really very good. There can be some imperfections. Forget it. It's normal. It happens. We are humans. But one thing I want to say, I would really like to play with you. It's very good.
That's the highest compliment.
Yeah.
When you have musicians flocking to you and saying, I want to play with you, I want to share a stage with you.
Yeah.
Kevin, congratulations. That's a wonderful comment. Thank you, Nivart.
You're
Ruben,
welcome.
would you like to be next? You're muted again.
Uh-oh, he's muted again.
Yeah,
We gotta train you, Ruben, now on not muting
it's
yourself.
the handsome conductor.
I enjoyed very much your performance, Kevin. Congratulations. My only advice will be at the time of the cadenza, not to transition into it, just land into the cadenza. Relax from the very beginning of the double stops, and from you have all the space that you already create during the cadenza. So don't make that transition.
Yeah,
just
but it's
land into
difficult
there,
to
relax,
without orchestra.
And you will feel even
without orchestra.
even better that you feel today. I'm sure you are very happy with your performance, and we all enjoy it very, very much. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Incredible. Thank you, Ruben. David, please.
All right. Hello, Kevin. Kevin, where are you playing from, by the way?
In Virginia, in Southwest Virginia, in Roanoke.
Okay, jolly good.
That's a nice space, Kevin. You did the whole thing, including finding a really, really well positioned space to perform from. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, I want to second everyone's comments in saying it's exceptional playing. It's right up there at top, and it's a soloist's performance. Now, I'm not going to waste your time by repeating all the compliments, the accurate compliments that my colleagues have expressed, and I feel exactly the same way in general terms with what they're saying. So I'm just going to tell you, beyond, I think it's close to world-class playing, and it's a soloist performance. It's not, a wannabe soloist performance. Quite clearly, you have a power and a projection which tells me that you've been on the stage with orchestras before, probably. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you just a couple of thoughts about what I heard. So, your engines, you're an 8-cylinder engine's revving. They are going. This is driven, but not in an unpleasant way at all, and it's powerful. And the cylinders are pumping up and down, and we are cruising. The one thing I missed, though, was actually the more gentle, subtle, feminine elements of this concerto. I felt it was your engines were just revving too much all the time. And I'll give you just a couple of examples where but by the way, I want you to know that I'm talking at such a high level. I might have this when I go to hear or when I played it with Josh Bell, or when I go and listen to Gil Shaham or whatever at the Phil play it, I would have these same thoughts. So we're talking really, really high level. I missed a little of the subtleties and the gentleness and the elegance on some moments, but not all. 90% of it, I think you hit it. They hit the interpretations, for my taste, on the mark. The one area where where I think you could have wound it down a little more was that passage prior to the cadenza of the first movement. And then onwards, I felt you hadn't become still enough. I felt there was too many raced adrenaline power bled over from what you'd done in the first 5, 7, 10 minutes of the piece prior to that, that in your playing I could still hear you panting. I'm being figurative in my speech. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And as a performer, you've got to disguise that. You can't show the underbelly of how you might be feeling, but you've got to convince us that we're in a different world in the music. And so you've got to be I would argue you've got to be superhuman to disguise that. So for my tastes, it didn't become quite still enough, and therefore, for my tastes, the cadenza wasn't a highlight enough for me. I think you could have prepared it better through stillness. And then I would have liked to see just a little more stillness and quiet and introvert concepts being expressed in the slower parts. But other than that, I mean, you got a power and a projection, and a security, and confidence about your playing, which is absolutely exceptional. And I thank you for showing your brilliance to us.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thanks.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kevin, for wrapping up our first day of the auditions. Bravo.
Phenomenal.
And
Incredible.
With a fabulous performance of one of my favorite concertos ever written. Thank you, Kevin, and we'll.
Can I say one more thing?
Oh, please.
I agree with everything, David. I think this guy should be playing with every major orchestra and every major conductor and every minor conductor and every other conductor. I mean, this is really David is paying you a phenomenal. David's a great genius, and he's paying you a phenomenal compliment. You should hear him conduct. That's why he's conducting Orchestra Manhattan.
I'm very, very impressed with you, Kevin.
It's really impressive, man. I mean, Barenboim and the guy's sick now, but everybody that's not ill or in the grave should hear you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just.
Wonderful. Yeah, Kevin, congratulations. You get prizes which are very hard to earn from people who have heard and played with the best of the best in the world soloists. So congratulations on that. And we'll say goodbye to Kevin and to all the wonderful presenters and candidates of the first session of these auditions. We're just starting. We have a very long weekend ahead of us. We have 2 sessions tomorrow, and then Sunday we have a few more, and we spill over to Monday, which we didn't plan on doing, but we have so many amazing people applying for these auditions and wanting to hear the comments from our wonderful panel of judges. And I want to thank our judges so much for sharing your expertise, for sharing your impressions. It is extremely important as a soloist myself, to the soloist, to us, the conductor on the podium is the king of the concert. Let's face it, it's the most prized, the most desired venue for any soloist to present a concerto. Concerto is by far the most monumental, the most diverse, and the most representative genre for the soloists to shine in. So we all want to hear how you perceive us as musicians and as candidates for sharing stages with you. So thank you so much for your genuine and frank and open comments. This is extremely helpful for everyone, and for your time. We've been here for over 5 hours, for your endurance, and for coming on board with your orchestras and with your expertise. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thanks a lot. You guys are great.
I want to say that I did learn so much from everyone. So for me, it has been a full experience of learning, and I take all those comments with me. Like I felt myself auditioning every time when I listened to each of your comments. And
same with you, Ruben.
I learned a lot.
Likewise, Ruben.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
It's a great group. Yeah.
Really. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really, it was very, very interesting. Very interesting, especially hearing David.
Oh, that one. It's just my accent.
You're great, David.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you have such a different perspective. And
we were all
thank you very much.
Oh no, you're welcome. We're glad to have. Yeah, I was really happy that this came. We didn't know what would happen this morning, but we have a ton of judges, but some of them are flying and doing weird.
All of them are active performers and educators. And
I mean, we're just lucky that you were here. It was fantastic.
Very
really
blessed
great.
and very honored to have you with us and for your generous. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for your generous sharing of your time and expertise, and just such an optimistic, uplifting, supportive atmosphere you created for all the candidates. It's very important to nurture everyone's talent and everyone's effort, and of course, you bet these people put a lot of effort, and they're blessed with great talents.
I think I was impressed with the level. I mean, to almost a man and a woman, I thought the level was very high today.
Very high, and
Yes.
it's been high. By the way, it's been high. You should
Really?
hear some of the. Oh yeah, I mean, listen. You want my opinion? Of course. What do you think, Richie? The Clyburn and the Naumburg, all this stuff, it's all rigged. This is where you hear the real deal. Okay? I mean, I'll even say it was rigged when I won the Naumburg. If the Naumburg wants to call me up tomorrow and challenge that, I can prove what I'm saying. These contests all have an agenda. This contest doesn't have an agenda. We're speaking from our hearts, and we're telling the contestant, or you, even you or me, to ourselves exactly what we think. There's no agenda. There's no axe to grind. No one's jealous that I can tell. Everybody seems to be positive and negative in the right way. This good old boys club, this old model is dead. It's dead in the water, dead in the sun, dead in the river, dead in the ocean. The new model is simply tell the truth. No, I'm not going to scratch your back, and you're not going to scratch my back. Just say it the way it is. At least your truth. You know what I mean? Like everybody's truth is a little different, but it's all part of the real truth. And then what is the real truth? It's the whole ball of wax, I mean, it's like everybody's got their version of the truth, but it's still, we have more in common than we have in not in common as humans, like we all have eyes, we all have lips, we're all the same, So it's, varying degrees of, like David has a total, whole different take on something than somebody else has, or Navart has a different take, but it's very related. It's very related.
It's mostly related by the desire and the motivation to help each other. So we all want to see everyone flourish and thrive and put out their best, because the more great music out there, the better the world is. It's just that simple.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Are we online or offline now?
We are online, and we
are
need to
still online.
finish our broadcast and close the broadcast. It's
then we'll be
time for us
offline.
And then we'll be offline, and please stay in the studio for a little bit after production.
For drinks.
For little drinks.
Yeah, for drinks. Yeah.
And for now, I want to thank our audience very much, and everyone who applied for those auditions. Welcome to our community. As you can see, this is a very welcome community of musicians who want you to be successful, want you to be the greatest you can be. And I want to mention that we are live every day with the music and musicians around the globe show. We are on all major platforms and on many curated platforms in many countries, which provide curated content to their own audiences, and they consider us good enough to be on their platforms. Thank you, our partners and collaborators. Many organizations are joining our efforts and adding their expertise, their resources, and their knowledge, understanding, and their support for musicians. And I want to point out one more time, that you see all these wonderful logos on the screen, beautiful pictures of a great established organization, conservatories, orchestras, concert halls, publishers, and so on. But the most important thing, these are people behind these little pictures who are actually putting their time, their effort, their expertise, and sharing it very generously with everyone who wants to take that energy, take it to the next level, and become a better musician and a more successful one. And many thanks go to our fabulous virtual concert halls team behind the scenes, and you see the names on the screen right now. This is the team of professional musicians who have performance and teaching careers, and who also double as your tech support. Our producers, our hosts, our designers of the broadcast, our developers, and everyone behind the scenes. And I want to give special applause and many thanks to the hosts of our program. You see on the screen, these are our hosts. And I want to thank the directors of today's show. James Welch, thank you very much. Ante Božić-Kudrić, thank you very much. And Frane Rusinovich, thank you. And thank you everyone else on the back end for helping and making this all happen. And we'll see you tomorrow in the session 2 of audition finals for Carnegie Gala seasons for next concert season, and colORCHESTRA Worldwide seasons for performing with orchestras in many different countries. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye, sign off, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye now.